it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Better nice, I'm looking at the camera. Heading on, good, good, good. Preloaders, V.I.Preloaders, welcome back to the channel, guys. Always a pleasure to have you guys here with me. And you noticed by now, or at least you should, for those of you that have never been to the channel before, welcome to you as well. My name's Robert. I'm a retired NYPD Highway Patrol motorcycle lieutenant. And the name of this wonderful channel is Be the Boss of Your Motorcycle. Guys, I want to welcome you to practice session number 127. I am out here in Florida. I'm in Florida again. Specifically, I am at Wesley Chapel, Harley-Davidson. Guys, I have to tell you, this dealership is just beautiful, just beautiful. So if you don't know, Harley-Davidson is in the process of revamping all of their dealerships. That's what they want. And it's a new look. It's a modern look, which of course I love. I love modern things. And the design that they've chosen to use is just beautiful. It's just beautiful. And again, like I said, the plan is for all dealerships to have this. But this is the first dealership to be built from the ground up with it. And it's not just that it's beautiful. This dealership is beautiful inside and out. It's tons of room in here and out here, right? So I'm going to be using the back parking lot and plenty of room. They still have a parking lot up in the front, and it's well designed, it's well thought out. And I want to thank Mike. Mike is the general manager, for allowing me to come here. I want to thank Natalia for being my point of contact, and she's the marketing person here. Just great people. I feel at home, and I love when I come to a Harley-Davidson dealership or any place really, and whoever's hosting me just makes me feel like I've known them forever. They've known me forever. So I appreciate them, and I appreciate you guys for watching. I appreciate the people that are coming out here today to participate. But for you guys that are watching, if you're not subscribed to this channel yet, please do so. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, share these videos. That's always important. And put something in the comment section too, guys, all right? If you're unfamiliar with this channel, we do practice sessions. That's the main focus of this channel, but I pretty much do what the hell I want to do. This is my channel, right? So it could be about anything, but for the most part, you're going to see a motorcycle in my videos. You're going to hear me talking about being the boss of that motorcycle, and what that entails is being comfortable riding it between 1 and 10 miles per hour with your feet up. This is not a competition. This is not about being cool. We don't do the arrogance here. We don't do any negativity on this channel, period. So you don't have to worry about that. If you've been riding a motorcycle for 50 years and you still can't comfortably make a U-turn, you don't have to be embarrassed about that here. Most of you can't make a U-turn, so don't worry about that. We come here to get better at it. This is the place to learn, be humbled, drop your motorcycle if it's going to happen. And if you're really trying to learn how to ride your motorcycle properly, it is going to drop. So for those of you that say I've been riding 30 years and I've never dropped my motorcycle, I can almost guarantee you really don't know how to ride it. If I watch you ride that bike and I see you duck walking that bike, that always tells me everything that I need to know, period. All right. Again, this is not about putting anybody down, but listen, we're adults out here. So I'm going to give you the actual factual all of the time, right down the middle. And that's what this is about, guys. It's about us getting better as a community and sharing the knowledge so that the community of motorcycle riders that actually know what they're doing grows. That's so important, guys. Not just about safety, but it's also about your enjoyment. If you think you love riding your motorcycle now, watch this channel and go out and practice and watch how much more you love it, because this is the only vehicle in existence that your heart rate goes up the slower you go. That is not an exaggeration. All right, guys, so when the preloaders and V.I.Preloaders get here, I'm going to interview them, ask them where they live, what's their name, what they ride, how long they've been riding, and more important to me, just like I finished saying, how long have they been practicing slow speed riding? Now I'm going to add into that question. That's how I usually ask it. And most people go, not really. Or, when I'm riding, I'm going to ask them, how long have you been practicing slow speed riding in cones? It's so important for you to be in cones. And I'm going to talk to them about that when they get here. All right, guys? And I'm also going to ask them to rate themselves 1 to 10, 10 being the best in slow speed maneuvers. That number is for them and them only. And then at the end of the day, I'll ask them if there's any change. Again, there's no pressure for them to say up or down. It's humbling out here. And also, a lot of people don't know how to rate themselves. So some people might rate themselves high. And then at the end of the day, they go, you know what? I was way too high. I want to make the number here. Some people's numbers might go up. How much they go up, listen, it all depends on them. All right, guys? I don't give numbers, but I do tell people when they're sandbagging. All right, guys. I love you. Let's do it. All right, what's your name?
Name is Eric.
Where do you live, Eric?
I live in Land O'Lakes, about 20 miles from here.
Perfect. What are you riding today?
Riding a 2023 and a half CVO Road Glide.
How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
Just got back in riding a motorcycle after 30 years away, so about 2 years now.
How long have you been practicing? Have you ever practiced in cones?
Yes.
How long have you been practicing in cones?
This is going to be my second slow cone training.
Gotcha. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed?
I say 3.5.
Pleasure to meet you, brother.
Thank you so much.
All right. What's your name?
Frankie Coleman,
Where you from, Frankie?
Zephyr Hills, Florida.
How long you been riding a motorcycle?
Off and on, started on dirt bikes when I was around 7, little 50, graduated up to 250. I'd say somewhere in the mid-90s, I started riding a Sportster. Early 2000s, I went to a Softail Slim. Mid-2000s, a Street Glide Standard, and now I'm riding a 2023 Street Glide Special.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love the history. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding in cones, if at all?
In cones, never. What
Okay.
I have done is visited the course in Tampa where they do the motorcycle endorsement, and I've ridden my Street Glide through their courses, just the painted lines.
Gotcha.
On my own, no coach.
Okay, good, good. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed?
Robert, I'd say somewhere between a 1 and a 2.
Okay. Pleasure to meet you, brother.
Yes, sir.
All right. What's your name?
Scott McKenna.
Nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you.
Where you from?
Okeechobee.
That's Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long you been riding a motorcycle?
Well, started when I was young. Had a last motorcycle I had was a 74 Super Glide.
Okay, okay.
AMF, Super Glide. Stopped when I had kids. 40 years I stopped.
Okay.
My brother rides.
How many years? 40?
40. Yeah,
Wow.
I'm 75.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
I'm
man.
not
Wow, you look good, man.
Thank you. My brother had a friend that had that Indian at 15, and he had to sell it because he couldn't get on it anymore.
Yeah, yeah,
Too
yeah.
heavy.
Yeah.
And it was in great shape. So a couple of years ago, I bought it, and I've put about 7,000 miles on it.
Okay.
But you know, it was a big difference going from a Super Glide to, and of course, 40
Yeah.
years break.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Difference going from a Super Glide to an 850-pound motorcycle. So I watched your videos.
Beautiful. Appreciate
And
it.
I went across the street from my house to the church parking lot. Got permission to practice on that parking lot. Didn't have any cones. And,
Yeah.
But I did all the slow. Tried to do as many slow maneuvers as I could. Still quite weak in U-turns, and
Yeah.
I can do a U-turn, and I do them on the highway all the time.
Yeah. You making U-turns on the highway?
Well, when on 70, you know, when I have to turn around or something.
Yeah.
Not on.
I was about to say, you're just showing off now.
No, but I'm weak in that area. Weak
Okay.
in U-turns, and but I've gotten pretty good at the slow ride. You know, I'd rate myself probably around a 1 or 2.
Okay. Okay, good. You're
Not-
answering
not-
all my questions.
Not great at it, but
Yeah.
I've gotten so that that I can pull up to a stop sign and not fear.
Good,
You know,
good. What are you
going
riding
over-
today?
I've got that Indian right there. 2015 Indian Chieftain.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
And you said if 1 to 10 slow speed, you give yourself a 1 or a 2, you said?
A 1, yeah.
A 1.
or 2.
Okay. All right, man.
I'm not going to brag because I'm sure as heck I need some practice.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're here for, man. Pleasure to
Yeah.
meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
All right. All right, what's your name?
John Simone,
Where you from, John?
Apollo Beach, Florida.
How long you been riding a motorcycle?
Most of my life.
What are you riding today?
15 Road Glide.
How long you been practicing slow speed riding in cones?
In cones?
Yeah.
I've practiced twice.
Okay, good. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed?
If I didn't look at your videos, I'd say 7 or 8, but I'm going to go with a 2.5.
Okay. Pleasure to meet you, man.
Pleasure to meet you.
All right, man. All right, guys, we're going to get started. 1 through 9 and a bonus. Let's do it. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Welcome to practice session number. Oh, nice. 127. Did you watch 126 yet? No, I didn't even put that video out yet. How about 125?
123 is the last one I watched.
Yeah, 124 and 125 are in Nevada. So 124, the audio was screwed up. So, oh, I was so annoyed. But 125 is good. Anyway, I want to welcome you guys. Anybody have a problem being on YouTube? Good. Anybody here unfamiliar with my channel? Perfect, perfect, perfect. Anyone nervous?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. I ask that question all the time because I'm trying to let people, when I get the guy that's like this, and I notice I said guy, we're not doing the egos out here today, all right? So leave your egos under the tent so they can be nice and cool. You can pick them up before you leave, all right? We're out here to learn, have fun, and keep in mind your goal today is not to leave here and get it all. But what your goal is to do is leave here with higher confidence. I'm guaranteeing that's going to happen. But a better understanding of what you need to work on. So this is, I put it in my title all the time, advanced slow speed riding. Don't pay too much attention to the word advanced. The reason I use that word is because if there's something that the majority of people can't do, it may as well be advanced. But keep in mind what we're doing today, making right turns, left turns, U-turns, and going straight. That's all we're doing. We're not doing tricks. We're not doing stunts. We're just right turns, left turns, U-turns, going straight. Now, there are some courses that are more advanced, but guess what they're doing? Right turns, left turns, U-turns, and going straight. The only thing that changes to make it more advanced is they start adding in stuff, like making stuff a little bit tighter. You're still doing the same thing, same techniques. Or they make you do it without the brakes, or they time it and time it without the brakes. But other than that, I want you to keep in mind, no matter what you do on your motorcycle, no matter how advanced it is, the techniques always come back to the basics, right? And also all we're going to be doing today is going over the basics because we got to hone those basics in and get it in here. The one thing that's standing in our way, when I say us, everybody riding these motorcycles, bad habits. So if you've been riding for a long time, yeah, it's a long time to develop some bad habits. Instincts. So even if you haven't been riding long, however long you've been alive, those instincts are there. And the last one's the most important one, fear. Fear is the number one thing holding us back. And a lot of people won't face their fear. That's why there's only 4 of you here, right? So that's why I commend you guys for coming here and asking you if you're nervous. That's perfectly normal. Even if you're very good at something, if you're doing it for the first time, you're going to be a little nervous. And that's why I ask you guys, how long have you been practicing? Nobody's like, yeah, I'm doing this every weekend, you know. So it's important that we practice. I appreciate you guys watching the videos, but you have to practice these things because what we're doing out here goes against what makes you feel comfortable. And we're always going to resort to what gives us comfort. This is discomfort out here. So I want you guys to know that these are the dating grounds. That's what I like to call this. Everybody buys a bike and they just get married to it. Nobody dates the bike. You got to date the bike so you can get to know it. What other relationship do you enter in and just jump right into it? But that's what people do. So I want you guys to be patient with yourselves today, right? This is not a competition. There's no pass. There's no fail, right? Keep that in mind. I have 9 exercises out here and a bonus. You don't have to do all 9 exercises. And quite frankly, if you're not ready for something, I will suggest to you, maybe you should sit this one out. But we're all grown people. If you go, you know what? I want to try it anyway, Rob. Okay. Because remember, we're trying to build confidence. So if you're struggling with one thing, it doesn't make a lot of sense to try to do the next thing when you haven't gotten that. But again, like I said, I'll leave that up to you guys. I'm gonna get into some basic stuff. I'm gonna ask you guys some basic questions just to see where your knowledge is on this channel. Who doesn't know what the friction zone is? Perfect. Who doesn't know what preload and keep it loaded is? Okay, we'll go over that. Who doesn't know what the 5 steps I want you to follow before you move your motorcycle? Okay, good. Okay, we're gonna go, even if you guys all say I know it, I'm still gonna go over it. Who doesn't know what open close is? Throw and catch and drop and catch. The 5 stages of the friction zone. Okay, good. We're gonna go over all of that. This stuff's important, so we gotta talk about it. First and foremost, let's talk about what keeps the motorcycle up at slow speeds. What keeps the motorcycle up at slow speeds?
Power to the rear wheel.
Friction's on.
Sufficient power to rear wheel.
Power to the rear wheel.
Yeah. His answer's the one I'm looking for. Sufficient power to the rear wheel. So your answers are not wrong, but the word sufficient is so important. And we're going to talk about why that word is so important. Sufficient power to the rear wheel keeps your bike up. With sufficient power to the rear wheel, what does the motorcycle want to do?
Move forward.
It wants to, listen to these words. It wants to stand up and it wants to go straight. All right? Remember those words. With sufficient power to the rear wheel, it wants to stand up and go straight. What does it want to do with insufficient power to that rear wheel at slow speeds? That's right. See how easy this is? So what makes the bike stand up? Sufficient power. With that power, it wants to stand up and go straight. With insufficient power, it wants to fall. So this is one of those things where if I gave you guys a written test on this, yeah, you'd probably do pretty good on it. And that's why people start getting frustrated, because why can't they know what to do, why can't they do it? It's because you're right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Right.
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 All right, good, perfect. This is the equivalent of me telling you, all right, for the rest of the week, do everything left-handed. Everything's gonna feel awkward. You're not gonna like the way it feels. You're gonna wanna resort back to the hand that's your dominant hand, but you were told, no, you have to do this now. That's what we have to get past, right? And yes, you can get past it. I saw a lady make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on the internet with her feet because she has no arms. Now I can guarantee the first time she had to do that, that was awkward as hell. And I know it was difficult as hell, but she did it like it was nothing. And so that's what practice gives us, muscle memory. Okay, guys? So, all right, just keep that in mind. Are you guys familiar with the push-up penalties?
No, let's do it. Yeah.
No? All right.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You've seen it before? Okay.
I've seen you do it before, yeah.
What's your name?
Steven.
Nice to meet you, Steve. Let me preface this by saying this is voluntary. I don't expect you guys to be out here doing push-ups. Some people do them. Some people say, I do them at home. I don't care. It's about being accountable and trying to break a bad habit. Any military here? Private military? Law enforcement? Okay, good. So you understand the concept. Front brake grab. If you squeeze that front brake during a slow speed maneuver today, 10 push-up penalty. Okay?
Funny you say that.
Uh-huh.
My first street glide,
Uh-huh.
Daytona Bike Week, and with my son,
Uh-huh.
we're pulling into the big parts outlet over there.
Mm-hmm.
I grabbed my front brake in front of everybody. Everybody.
With your son on the back?
No.
Oh,
he was
okay.
On his bike.
He was on his
And
bike.
I knew exactly what I'd done when I done it. Right in front of
Gotcha.
everybody.
And so it's important. I'm glad he said that, because it's important to know why these things happen, why the bike drops. Right? We're going to get into that. So why did his bike drop? Because he squeezed the front brake at slow speeds, but not just that. What else? The handlebars were turned. Exactly. And you cannot catch that bike. If that's a dirt bike, no problem. You can catch it. You ain't catching these, right? So 10 push-up penalty. It's too much stopping power for, actually, it's too much stopping power, period. But especially if the bike's this heavy. You don't need that much stopping power. We're going to talk about that. And if you put your, we're not duck walking today, right? So if you're a duck walker, again, I'm not expecting this to just go away today. But just notice consequences. If you duck walk this bike, it's 10 push-ups for each time you touch the ground, right? Anybody have any ailments, bad knees, bad? You have bad knees?
Real bad.
Anybody else have anything?
Short legs.
Short legs, okay. So for you guys, every time you put your foot down, it's 20 push-ups per time, not 10. Your penalty has to be higher because you have ailments. And so what I tell people all the time is people with ailments, people that are shorter, older people, this training is more important for you because motorcycle riders are heavily reliant on their feet. Everything's about their feet. So if people are shorter, the first thing they say is, well, I want to be able to flat foot. Like that's a big deal. So they'll lower the bike, which ruins the ride, takes away your lean angle or whatever. What I tell them is, okay, do this. Take your right foot and cover the rear brake. Just by taking one foot off the ground, now you can lean the bike over a little bit to the left. Now you got one whole foot on the ground. But what about my other foot? See, your feet are a priority because you still think you need them. That's what we're going to be talking about today. Once that bike's moving, you don't need your feet. Okay, and when it comes to stopping the bike, we're definitely going to talk about that because the slower your bike, we talked about this before, your bike, we're going to be talking about 1 to 10 miles per hour. That's where you're the boss of the motorcycle. Anybody can ride a motorcycle at speed. Anybody. Because once this bike gets to a certain speed, 12, 15 miles per hour, it doesn't need you to keep up. And so the slowest your motorcycle's ever going to go is the very beginning of the start and the very end of the stop. That's the part that's most discomforting. I don't know if that's a word. Motorcycle riders don't like that part the most. So that's why you see motorcycle riders start with their feet out, and then eventually they pick them up. And then when they're coming to a stop, the landing gear comes out, front brake, and if they, anyway. So we're going to talk about why that's so important to be able to stop the motorcycle smoothly, right? At 1 to 10 miles per hour, it always wants to fall, always. Being the boss is you pick. Anybody here have a supervisory position at work or ever had one? You. Okay. So that means you were a boss. Did you have a higher level of responsibility? Absolutely. And that's the same thing here as far as the motorcycles. The slower you go, the more responsibility is on you to keep this bike up. And that means keeping it up with your feet off of the ground. Okay? So if you hear me say, that's 10, it's because you did something. If you hear 10, 20, 30, it's because you're doing this. All right? We're not duck walking today, period. Also, the 9 exercises that we have out here. Every exercise is designed to work on techniques, right? So even in between the exercises, I want you to keep in mind that we're in a training environment. I want you practicing all the time. So the things that I'm talking to you about here, I want you doing all day. You're gonna want to resort back to what you normally do and what makes you feel comfortable, and I get that. But keep in mind, today starts the reprogramming, if you wanted to. Like I say, this stuff is not rocket science. It's just not. This is about being consistent, and if this really matters to you, you'll get it. You will get it. Now, we all learn differently, so I forgot who it was, but they were like, they saw Larry doing something out there. I was like, what the hell's he doing out here? Everybody looks like they're really good out here. Yeah, I was like, don't worry about that. You okay, Laura? You need to sit in the truck?
I'm freezing.
Yeah, go sit in the truck.
Actually, I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Okay. So if you guys don't know Lori and her husband, Lori is my Florida ambassador. Anybody who doesn't know Lori? Okay, Lori lives in Florida. I'm gonna tell you her story really quickly. It's so inspiring. She started riding a motorcycle April 13th. Oh shit, it's tomorrow. It will be 2 years for her riding a motorcycle. She was always on the back of her husband's motorcycle. Mike's been riding for like 40 years. So she decides she wants to get on the motorcycle and ride. So she takes the MSF course. She starts watching this channel. She did 1,000 miles in a parking lot before she ever went on the road. Now, I wish everybody did it that way. 98% of people riding a motorcycle really don't know how to ride a motorcycle. 98%. Probably, the number's probably higher than that. She wanted to make sure she knew what she was doing. So this happens so often. Now she's practicing, she's learning. If I ask that woman a question about anything that I talk about, she knows the answer, right? But it's not just about watching, practicing all the time. So her husband, being supportive, he would ride the bike to the parking lot. She would drive, practice. Now he's realizing, shit, some of the stuff she's practicing now and getting good at, I can't do that. So now he starts practicing. She's better than him now. This happens all of the time. All of the time. The person that's why I ask all you guys how long you've been riding. Then I ask you how long you've been practicing. I don't give a shit how long you've been practicing. I don't give a shit how many miles you ride. Anybody can ride. Anybody can sit on a motorcycle and ride to Sturgis. When I say anybody, I don't mean anybody because I ain't doing that, right? But my point is, once you sit on the bike and it's moving, it's not a lot that requires from you as far as skill is concerned. It just isn't. I did a video talking about when do I need the most concentration and skill on my motorcycle. At 50 miles per hour on a highway or making a U-turn. It's making a U-turn. I've dozed off on a motorcycle before. I was working, vice presidential detail, NYPD Highway Patrol, if you guys don't know, that's what I did. And I remember the FDR Drive, it was closed. And I'm riding and I dozed off. What the hell? You know what I've never dozed off? Doing anything slow speed because it's all on me. I can't doze off, right? Anyway, Lori's gonna participate in today's practice session. I'm gonna let her go first and everything. You watch. She will humble the hell out of you. She started on a Heritage, then she got a Street Glide. She still has the Heritage, and now she's got, she put the...
She pulled up on that white Street Glide.
Yeah. No, that's her Road King.
Oh, Road
Yeah, she just bought the Road King too. When I tell you everything I have out here, everything I throw at her, she's good. Mike might be watching because he just records her now. She's got a YouTube channel now called Fearless Motorcycling with Lori. Super inspiring because in less than 2 years, she's just phenomenal on a motorcycle. And she'll tell you now when she rides, her confidence is through the roof. Like there's nothing that she's going to encounter that she's going to be like, oh, I don't know what to do here, right? So that's what this is all about, guys. The less you know, the more you worry. That's first of all. Secondly, your options are limited out there to your skill level, period. So what we're working on today is building muscle memory. Your instincts, which we talked about earlier, always wrong on a motorcycle. But that's what you're going to resort to if you don't practice. And like for instance, the people that were in the military, definitely in the law enforcement, when we go to the range and we shoot, you do the same thing all the time. If there's a jam, it's the same process every time. It has to be that way because if you think that in the moment of stress, a lot of people say, I know what I would do in this situation. Yeah, okay. If you don't practice, yeah, you're going to resort to your instincts. And on a motorcycle, squeeze and hope for the best. That's always the instinct. Either speed or brake. Nothing in between. And that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be giving you guys options. Everything we talk about today, you're not going to need it every time you ride, but it's a tool in the tool belt. So when something comes up, my brain thinks about 3 things I could do. You, squeeze and hope for the best. All right, let's talk about the first 5 things I want you to do before you move your motorcycle today. Again, this is something that I put numbers on it just so you can remember it. But at a certain point, it'll just be your muscle memory. Some of the things I'm talking about today, some of you guys might be doing it already, all right? We'll see. Step number 1. Nobody is familiar with the first 5 steps, correct? Okay, good. Step number 1. It's always step number 1. Make sure your motorcycle's in first gear. Kick it. Even if you got a nice pretty 23.5 CVO Road Glide, when they got the nice big number there, do it anyway because we're building muscle memory. Now, why is being in first gear so important? Well, it's important to me. Let me ask you guys this question. If your motorcycle, let me move back here. If your motorcycle's sitting right here and you're on it, and I ask you to bring the bike over there or bring it over there, what are your options? Not what options are available to you. Based on your skill, what are your options? Most motorcycle riders are going to back the bike up. And if they can't back the bike up, they're going to duck walk the bike. All right? Is anybody going to just try to make the turn from here with the bike this close? Huh?
I will.
Yeah. Hi, dear. So that because I ride like that, because I know I'm going to turn these handlebars, turn my head and my eyes, and I'm just going to throw, catch, or if I'm going this way, drop, catch. I'll get into that later. Now, me being in the wrong gear is a huge deal because I'm relying on the clutch big time. As soon as I open my clutch, I need power. And if I don't have it, the bike's going to drop. I need sufficient power. Remember, I told you that word is going to be important. I need sufficient power. So me being in first gear is super important. So, boop, make sure the motorcycle's in first gear. Step number 2, cover the rear brake. Who does not know what covering the rear brake means? Okay, cover the rear brake means I want you to rest your foot on the rear brake. Don't press it, just rest your foot on it. And even, you don't have to be delicate. You're not going to apply the brake. You have to actually press the brake down on our motorcycles to apply it. That's important because we're going to be using that rear brake today, right? We're going to be using it lightly, gentle pressure on that rear brake. The rear brake gives us correction and control of our motorcycle, right? Correction and control. Remember that. We cover it because when we need to use it, we're more likely to apply gentle pressure if our foot's already on it. If we have to go to it, that's when we smash the bike today. We're going to be in our feelings today. I say this all the time. I'm referring to the feeling of fear and addressing that. And I'm also referring to what you physically feel on your motorcycle, right? And if you feel something, you need to do something. We're going to talk about that. We're going to be slow dancing out here today with the bikes. Everything we do needs to be smooth. That's our goal. All the inputs that we put into our motorcycles are very small movements. With the clutch, with the throttle, with the rear, they're small. The only time our movements get big is when we wait too long to do something based on what we feel, right? And I'm going to address all of that. So if I see your clutch hand doing this today, If your clutch hand's doing this, your bike's doing this, right? Your hand shouldn't be doing this. Any throttle blippers out here? No? Yeah, a little bit? Okay, we'll talk about that too. We'll see. Because again, if there's something that you guys do and you're used to doing it, if it works, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel out here. Unless it's something that I'm looking at you doing, I'm going, wow, you just been lucky. I don't know how, you know. That's why we cover the rear brake, guys. That's step number 2. Step number 3, preload the throttle and keep it loaded. Now you said you don't know what preload is, right? Nobody else knows what preload is as well. You know what it is, okay. Preload is, that's your throttle. Preloading it means you're gonna raise the RPMs above idle. We're preloading it to get it ready. What's gonna happen if you open up your clutch from a standstill with no throttle?
It's gonna cut off.
It's gonna stall. This is why we need to preload the throttle. We need to elevate it. So all of us, with the exception of maybe the Indians too, but more so the Harleys. If you ride a metric motorcycle, those motorcycles, the idle is smooth on those bikes. So if I put that motorcycle on an EKG machine, it's a flat line. I want a flat line from you guys, not from you, from your motorcycles. Because Harley-Davidson's idle like this. Now for us on the EKG, that's good. I don't want that out here. I want it smooth. So preload the throttle so I get a smooth sound. So I like to say if you need a number, 2,000. It could be higher than 2,000. I don't care, 21, 2,200. Because as soon as you open your clutch, it's going to go down anyway. Your motorcycle's only going to drop for 2 reasons out here today. 1, you pull a clutch all the way in. Take away the only thing keeping it up. We talked about that. What keeps the motorcycle up at slow speeds? Sufficient power. Or if it stalls. That's the only way it's going to drop. So if your bike stalls and you're in the middle of a U-turn, it's going to drop. So that's why and keep it loaded is more important than the preload, really. So when you preload your throttle and your bike starts to move, keep it loaded. So I want you guys to listen to what your bike sounds like today. And your goal is to keep it there. Keep it elevated. Doesn't have to be as high as the preload. My preload might be 2,000, 2,100. I know it's going to drop anyway. Once I need to, I'm going through some motions, 1,800, whatever. The number doesn't matter to me. I'm always listening to what it sounds like. Because that's what you guys are going to develop, a sound, an ear for what your motorcycle is supposed to sound like. Okay? That's preload, and that's keeping it loaded. Step number 4 involves the clutch. So a lot of times what people do is when they don't need the power, they pull the clutch all the way to the grip. And then when they need power, now they have to go find it. That's a waste of time. Because if my bike is falling, if I feel my bike falling, and I know the answer is to open my clutch. If I'm coming from the grip, while I'm trying to find power, it's still falling. So by the time I get to power, the power that I get to is probably not sufficient anymore. So now it keeps falling. So what I want you guys to do, instead of starting from the grip, start opening your clutch until you feel the bike start to move a little bit, then pull it right before that. So now instead of your hand being like this, it's going to be like this. You still don't have any power, but when you need it, boop, it's right there. Remember, I told you all of our movements are small, and we want to keep them small. So let's talk about the 5 stages of the friction zone. I'll get back to step number 5. All right, you know I'll do it now. Step number 5, as soon as the motorcycle starts to move, pick your foot up. Straight up. I don't want to see your foot behind you like this, right? Pick it straight up. Anytime your foot's behind you, I mean, yeah, it's showing me that you still don't trust this and you want to keep your foot on the ground as long as possible. What keeps the bike up at slow speeds?
Sufficient power.
Yeah, so we don't need our feet. Pick your foot up. Plus, your heel getting closer to something hard. 5 stages of the friction zone. I made this up. It doesn't really exist. Keep that in mind. But it helps people understand this better. If I have my clutch pulled all the way to the grip, do I have power? No. All right, so that's 0. Now, this part is going to differ motorcycle to motorcycle. Who here has an hydraulic clutch? Anybody? You. So a hydraulic clutch, it's going to catch further out. Cable clutch, you can kind of put it wherever you want as far as where your friction zone starts. So between 0 and 1, that space is going to differ. But once you're in the friction zone, it's pretty much the same on every motorcycle. So what I want you guys to do, when you start opening your clutch and you feel the bike start to move, that's stage 1. The further you open the clutch, the higher the stages go. 2, 3, 4, 5. After 5, you're not in the friction zone anymore. Full power. Remember, we talked about the rear brake. We're going to be using it today. Power to the rear wheel and dragging the rear brake. They work together in harmony. This is how you keep your bike upright at a very slow speed. Because if I just try to use the clutch, I can do that, but now I have to manipulate it, those little movements, right? And again, I'm not a robot, I'm not perfect. I don't want to have to be perfect. So just keeping my clutch in a certain spot and dragging the brake is what gives me the control that I need. So what I will tell you is stage 1 and stage 2 of the friction zone. You stay in those stages and use the rear brake at the same time, you're good. Your motorcycle's good, you're not gonna burn out any clutches or anything like that. When you start going higher in the friction zone, stage 3, 4, and using the rear brake, now you're making your bike fight. Now I can hear when your bike is fighting. And at some point you'll be able to hear it too. You should be able to feel it. And if you keep doing it, you'll smell it, right? So stage 1, stage 2, that's all you need to be. I'm gonna show you guys something in a second. That's the sweet spot of the friction zone. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you right now. Here's what I'm gonna do, guys, just to make all of this stuff easier. I'm gonna get on this bike. I'm gonna make some circles, straight up. And then I'm gonna lean, same circle, but I'm gonna be leaning now. And then I'm gonna come back straight. And then I'm gonna come to a smooth stop. The whole time I'm doing that, my clutch hand is never gonna move. So I'm gonna bring it to a stage 2, and I'm gonna keep it there. And I'm gonna use my rear brake to control my speed. So as I'm going around in the circle, I'm dragging the rear brake. Dragging it means I'm just finding a good spot and holding it there. Dragging it, dragging it. Now when I wanna lean, what do I need? That's to stand up. But to lean, what do I need? Speed. I need speed. So how am I gonna get speed? That's right, that's one option, but I told you I'm not gonna move my clutch. Nope. What reigns supreme, throttle or clutch?
Clutch.
Exactly. So more throttle is never going to make a difference. If I keep my clutch in one spot, it's just going to make it louder, right? But I'm still at the same amount of power, stage 2. Less brake. Because remember, I'm dragging the brake to stay up straight. If I want to lean, I need speed. So now in order to lean, I need speed. Come off the brake a little bit. Now I can lean. And once I get a good spot, I'm going to stay there. If I want to go back up straight, pressure on the brake. Slow me down. Clutch, still in the same spot. And then when I come up here, I'm gonna stop right in front of you guys. And I'm gonna put my foot down. When my foot touches the ground, that's when I pull my clutch in. I'm in the friction zone the whole time. What keeps the bike up at slow speeds? Sufficient power. So I'm gonna keep my clutch. I'm simplifying this. You don't have to be doing this. Just keep it where it is. All right, let me show you guys. Any questions about any of that? All right, that's the thing. When it comes to riding these motorcycles, people are always changing stuff. It seems like it's complicated, so you feel like you should be doing a lot. Negative. Listen, you could be the dumbest rock on the planet and be an expert on this just because you practice. Throttle, clutch, rear brake, and head and eyes. But head and eyes, I told somebody in the last practice session, this is not like a fighter jet or a Apache helicopter where you turn your head and the gun turns. No. You still have to turn the motorcycle, right? But as long as, and the other thing, when we're talking about the weight, we don't use the word heavy out here. Because once you start thinking about the weight of this, it's going to consume your mind. What keeps the bike up at slow speeds? So who gives a crap how much this thing weighs? What's keeping this bike up are my hands, not my feet. This is why you don't need your feet when you feel falling. Just give it power. First gear. Cover the rear brake. Preload. That's my preload. Clutch, foot up. All right. Throttle steady. I'm at stage 2. My clutch hand's in the same spot. I'm just using the brake to control my speed. If I want to lean, take my foot off the brake a little bit. A little bit lower. Clutch, still in the same spot. Back up, pressure on the brake. Clutch, still in the same spot. Throttle loaded. Lean. Clutch, same spot. Coming to a stop, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop. Now I pull the clutch in. Okay.
Easy.
Everything's easy when you know how to do it. And that's what I always tell people, right? But I'm never gonna minimize how you feel about it, because I wasn't doing that shit on day one. I can tell you that right now. So, okay. So I want you guys to remember what you saw. And that's why I'm trying to talk to you out loud as I'm doing it. Everything I'm doing, my clutch is in the same spot. I don't need to move it because I found a good spot. I know stage 2. Again, you're going to find out what stage 2 is. Somebody asked me in the last practice session, how do I know if I'm in stage 2? If you feel the bike falling, you don't have enough power. That means you're in stage 1. Go higher. But everything that you guys do when you're trying to do something and you're nervous and it's new, the movements are all big. Remember, I told you everything we do is small. So the big movements are going to get the bike doing this. You already are not going to like the way it feels going slow. You're going to like it less if it's bucking, right? Don't worry about that. All of that's normal. That will smooth out with practice, okay? The pressure that I'm putting on that rear brake, that's what's controlling my speed. I'm not saying you can't also use the clutch, but I'm trying to give you a simpler way to do it because it depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes if I'm doing something, I'll use the clutch and I'll use the rear brake. My point is, so you have options, right? You have options, okay? All right. Let's talk about stopping these things.
Why would add another variable be a situation that would be better than what you're doing right there?
It may not be. So for instance, I'll give you a perfect example. If I'm doing, when we do exercise number 4, which is the highest failure rate out here, I'll tell you guys that right now, which is the exercise right here. Right turns, left turns from a stop. When I do that exercise, because I'm going very slowly, I don't use the clutch. I don't mess with the clutch. Wherever it is, that's where it stays. And I use the brake and I kind of just like tap it. If I'm trying to go really slow. If I'm doing something like a U-turn or a figure 8, something where the bike's moving, in that case, I might come off the clutch a little bit if I'm doing it brakeless. Because sometimes I do stuff brakeless. Again, what does the rear brake give us? Correction and control. That's just me practicing my clutch control. All right. And so, but as long as I'm talking about that, guys, the question that's often asked is, well, Robert, how do I know if I'm in too high of a stage of the friction zone? Well, here's how you know. When I first start to move my motorcycle, I'm on the rear brake, I'm in the friction zone. And then I take my foot off the brake completely. If my bike goes like this, too much clutch, right? If your bike does that, you're making it fight. When you take your foot off the brake, the bike of course it's gonna go a little bit faster because we're shaving speed, but it shouldn't be drastic. Remember, so as long as we're talking about that, I talked to you guys about open close. So now that I told you about the first 5 stages of the friction zone, if you hear me say, Eric, 2 to 1, what am I telling you?
Go from friction zone 2 to down to 1.
That's right, that's open close. Life's about give and take, and that's what we're doing on these motorcycles at slow speed. We're giving power and taking it away. The good thing is, whenever we give power, we don't really keep it there. We give it and we take it right back. We're very stingy. We don't want you to have it for too long. But what most motorcycle riders do is when they give power, it stays there. That's why the turns are so wide. Even on the road, not just at slow speeds. Speed is the answer to everything. Because speed makes you feel more comfortable, because once speed is introduced, it takes off the responsibility from you to keep the bike up. But what it also does is make everything wider. So if your U-turns are wide, that's why. It's too much speed, too much power. Who here loves making U-turns? Okay. This is the answer I normally get. I may as well have called attention because nobody's hands are coming up, right? When I have my private lessons, most of the people say, Rob, just help me with U-turns. And I say, okay. You know what exercise number is U-turns out here? Do you know?
No.
It's like 5 or 6.
It's 6. So that means 5 other things we should be doing before we get to it. But a lot of people, you don't know what you don't know. That's really what this boils down to. We have to do some other things first. And when you get good at those other things, U-turns are going to be so much easier for you to learn. Because what's the number one thing we're fighting out here? Fear. So the first exercises that we have out here that I'm going to have you doing, that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Facing fear. I'm putting you in uncomfortable situations. You're going to be uncomfortable. But the purpose is for you to see, oh, this is nothing. Because what keeps the bike up at slow speeds? So as long as you have that, it will not fall. Listen, if the bike falls, if you paid money to be here today, I'll refund your money and quadruple it. I know for a fact it won't fall with sufficient power in the rear wheel because it's a gyroscopic machine. It's impossible. It's the reason why it doesn't need you to stay up. Okay, so anyway, talking about open close and 2 to 1. Open close is always relevant. You're doing it, or should be, all of the time at slow speeds. So that turn I was talking to you guys about to make right here, the way I'm going to make this turn, or another way to make this turn, is whenever I do a private lesson with somebody or even practice sessions, if they start to move the bike, Eric, you start to move your bike, and this happens all the time. You open your clutch, your intention is to go straight, but the handlebars start turning. What's happening there?
Is it too much power?
That's right. That's the start of a fall. Now you said too much power. What does your motorcycle always want to do with power? Stand up and go straight. So we know if it's starting to turn, it's not too much power. It's right. It's not enough power. So now that we know that, when you guys first start to move your motorcycle today, if you feel your handlebar starting to turn, it's starting to fall. So now that we know that, how do you address that? Clutch, right? Clutch. But how do we get past that? Because there's certain situations, like me in my driveway, pulling out of my garage, I park my motorcycles ass in, make a left turn, hold that turn, come out, hold the turn. And now I got 2 cars in the driveway, so I want to squeeze between them. And as I'm doing that, my clutch handle gets pulled in by the door handle on my truck. So I have to stop. So now, once I stop, I have to start again. But now I'm between my cars. Is that a situation where I want the bike to start and the handlebars start turning? No. So how do I ensure that doesn't happen?
Preload.
Well, definitely preload.
Higher up on the clutch, 2 or 3.
2 to 1. 2 to 1. 2 is just to get the bike to stand up. I need to be sure. A lot of times when people start to move their bike, they're just hoping, I don't know which way this thing's going to go. I hope it goes the way I want it to go. No. I want to make sure it goes straight. 2, 1. So that's what my suspension should do. 2, 1. I don't need to leave it at 2. Too much speed. 2 to 1. And it's so quick. You don't need a lot. 2, 1. So let me show you what that looks like, guys. You're going to be doing this, or at least you should be, all day. I do it all the time. And why do I do it? Because, again, I don't want to give the bike a chance to start falling. So I'll do a 2 to 1 just so I can work out whatever I'm going to work out, right? So right now I'm going to do a 2 to 1 just so you can see what it looks like. First gear. Cover the rear brake. Now I'm actually on an uphill, so I'm definitely going to do a 2 to 1. Preload. Clutch right before the friction zone. 2, 1. Smooth stop. I need that 2 to make sure that bike is going straight. That's what the 2 is about. Now I'm going to try that again, but I'm going to start in 1. Preload. See how the handlebars are all, as soon as I start moving. As soon as I open up the clutch, it straightens out. But if I address that late, if the bike starts falling to the left, and I address it when the bike is already facing that way, now when I straighten it out, it's going to go that way, right? But if I address that falling feeling as soon as I feel it, the most I should see is this. I corrected it. I felt it falling, I corrected it. Or 2 to 1, it never did that. Just straight, right? 2 to 1, it comes in handy all of the time, all of the time. Let's talk about stopping the motorcycle. Favorite subject. Most motorcycle riders, when they stop the motorcycle, and no, stopping a motorcycle is not just stopping a motorcycle. Usually, clutch all the way in, nothing wrong with that, because I don't need the power anymore. And then, as I coast into the stop, as soon as I feel something I don't like, that means time to stop. Feet out, front brake, abrupt stop. It's not how you stop a motorcycle. Because in that stop, your skill was not used or I'm not going to say not needed. It wasn't used. You let the bike dictate when it was time to stop. Or what most motorcycle riders would do is try to stop and give enough speed so that they can glide into a stop. We're not doing that today. Every time you stop your motorcycle while you're out here today, I want you using friction brake. I already know none of you know what that is, so I'm going to talk about it. Friction brake is referring to the friction zone. Brake is referring to the brake. So, if I'm coming to a stop, I pull my clutch all the way in. Nothing wrong with that. Everything is fine. Sometimes, or let me ask this question first. How relevant is your balance to keep the bike up at slow speeds? 100's a lot, 50's in the middle, 0's none.
At low speeds,
At very slow speed, 1 to 10 miles per hour, how relevant is your balance to keep it up?
I would say 1.
1?
Well, if I got sufficient power to the back wheel.
So 1, okay.
100%.
100?
75%.
75?
75, 80.
Yeah, I can tell he watches the channel. 0% relevant, your balance. What keeps the bike up at slow speeds?
Sufficient power.
So what does your balance have to do with it? 0. Remember, if you have sufficient power, it always wants to do what?
Go straight.
So if it wants to go straight, you could be, it doesn't matter. It's going to go straight. Your balance is irrelevant. Now the motorcycle's balance is relevant. And so sometimes when you're, remember, it's on 2 wheels. Like I said earlier, it always wants to fall. The slower you go, the more it wants to fall. But no matter how slow you're going, power is going to pick it up. No matter how slow you're going. So when you see me, hold on. Here we go again with this hill. That's why as soon as I start, I pick my foot right up because I don't need it. Power is keeping it up, not my balance. This is power, power, power. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop. So when I say power, what am I doing right there? What the hell? The bike's not moving at all. So in that situation, what I'm doing is I'm stopping and I'm waiting for the report from my brain. What's the report? The report is, Rob, I feel falling. And as soon as I feel falling, I need to do something. So I already gave you the example. In that situation, I'm trying to make sure the balance of the bike works out. That's why my handlebars are turned. Not straight, turned. And as soon as I feel falling, I address it. How do I address it? How do I address it?
Take out the clutch.
Nope. I just showed you that example.
I'm sorry, your brake.
That's it. So all I do is off the brake, on the brake. So that's the same thing as giving, taking away. Because as soon as I come off the brake, power, no power. And then I just wait. Power, no power. That's how I can stay stopping. So stop, stop. Or drag it and just go very slowly. So see what I mean? We don't need a whole lot to get a lot. But we think we need a whole lot, and that's why we panic. We want to put our feet out, right? We're going to talk about all of that. So when it comes time to stop this motorcycle smoothly, again, I pull the clutch in, everything's fine. And then all of a sudden, the slower I go, the more it wants to fall, I start feeling my handlebars doing this. How am I going to correct that?
Get sufficient power.
That's right. So I need to preload, because remember, my clutch is all the way in now. 3 comes before 4. I'm never going to open the clutch without the throttle. I'm going to preload, and I'm going to go to stage 1. Stage 1, bam, now I don't feel it anymore. But I'm still braking. Keep this in mind. If I'm coming to a stop, my braking has to be progressive. Brake, 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 brake. We're not doing this steady pressure increasing. Brake, 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 brake. I'm staying in the friction zone. Brake, 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 brake. Bing! That's how I want your foot coming down today when you stop. Either like this or heel toe. That's your goal today, to stop smoothly every time. It's not going to happen every time, but you want it to happen more than it doesn't. Let me tell you something, gentlemen. When it happens, you're going to be like, oh. And that's how you're going to want to stop all the time. It just feels good because that's total control of your motorcycle. Now, keep this in mind though. If 1 worked the whole time, that just worked out. The balance of the bike worked out. But remember, the slower it goes, the more it wants to fall. So if you're making that stop, and all of a sudden you start feeling the handlebars do this, and you go, oh, I need power, preload, stage 1, that fixes it. But then as you progress in that stop, you're starting to feel it again. What do I need to do? Go to 1.5. Go to 2 if you need to, but keep braking. Brake, 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 brake. And what most motorcycle riders do is when they're coming to a stop, as soon as they hear me say, okay, come to a smooth stop, I see them pull a clutch in. Remember, what's keeping the bike up at slow speeds? Sufficient power. That means if I pull a clutch in, immediately it's going to want to fall. Because I said to you, the slower it goes, the more it wants to fall. I also said the slowest it's ever going to go is the beginning of a start and the very end of a stop. So the very end of that stop, if you pull it in just a half a second early, that's what you're going to get. So your goal is not only to stop with your foot coming down smoothly, but for your motorcycle to be straight up. If it's leaning, it was falling. We clear about that? And this is important because this is a beautiful, beautiful space that Mike back here has allowed us to use today for this practice session. But everything ain't this beautiful. Sometimes there's gravel on the ground and stuff. And if you put your foot down like this and it slides and you're trying to catch that bike, that's how we get hurt, okay? Everything that I'm talking to you guys about today is gonna prevent you from being hurt out there. It's giving you a fighting chance to, when you get on your motorcycle, it's already a dangerous thing to operate. It's more dangerous when you really don't know what you're doing. The problem is, in this country, so many people don't know how to ride these things properly. That's the norm. And so you're not, it wouldn't even, it's inconceivable for you. Why do you think there's only 6 people here? 5, whatever the hell. Because most people think, I'm good. I don't need this. I've been riding 30 years, never dropped my bike. I'm gonna tell you right now, has anyone here never dropped their motorcycle? Never.
One time.
Okay.
I'm just now. We're going back I-4, like I said.
Okay. Anybody that's ever told me, saying I've never dropped my motorcycle is nothing to brag about. But again, you don't know what you don't know. Because to someone that knows, you're just telling on yourself. I know for a fact you don't really know how to ride a bike because there's no way you're going to ride these things properly without ever dropping it. It's just never going to happen. You have to challenge yourselves. And when you're duck walking, you'll see, guys, today is going to change everything about how you look at your motorcycle. You're going to respect it more. You're going to enjoy riding it more. And it's going to change the way you look at other motorcycle riders. So if you're in a hog chapter and there's other people that didn't come, now when you ride with them, you're going to be like, come on now. Come on, you got to do this. But be patient. I always tell people, we have to watch. We want to help people. I mean, for the most part, when you learn how to do something, you almost feel compelled to share that knowledge. Problem is, you want to share it with the masses that think they already got it figured out. So I always say, if you want to help them, just watch the inflection of the tone of your voice, and you don't want to sound like a know-it-all. Worst, but anything, if they ride with you all the time, this looking at you, sometimes that'll do it. Sometimes. Because sometimes what they'll do is they'll look at what you're doing and just chalk that off as being unnecessary. What he's doing is unnecessary. I could just put my feet down. Anyway, don't get me started on that. So, open close, if you hear me say open close, is synonymous with 2 to 1 or 2 to 0, right? We're going to talk about that. Any questions about any of this, guys? I know it seems like a lot. That's why the good thing is it's being recorded, so you can go back and watch it, with a clear mind and don't. I was going to say a beer in your hand. No, I want you to have a clear mind. Okay. The first thing we're going to do out here today, guys, is smooth starts and smooth stops. So that stop that I'm talking about, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, you're going to hear me saying that. Bing! That's how I want you stopping all day. And so what I mean is, you guys are going to be lined up for an exercise. Tell me your name again. Frank. I remember that, damn. Tell me your name again. John, Eric, Scott, Steve. And these are common names. My brain is just fried. As the line progresses and you say, okay, now it's my turn to move. Don't duck walk that bike. I don't care. Like I was doing a private lesson. He goes, wait a minute. So you're telling me if I got to move the bike 5 feet, you want me to pick my feet up? Yes. Yes. What the hell? Now I have very bad hips. If you don't know, I got arthritis in my hips. So me sitting on a motorcycle for long periods of time, that's not happening. So if you know anything about bad hips, lateral movements is painful. So I would never, thank God I know how to ride a bike, because me walking a bike, it would just be painful, right? So that's what I mean when I say, when you have knee problems or leg problems or you're shorter, you shouldn't want to walk the bike either. Pick your feet up, trust that power to the rear wheel. The rear brake gives us what? Correction and control. So what's the control part? Well, sometimes I open up the clutch and I open it more than I intended to. No big deal. We're covering that rear brake for a reason. As soon as I feel that, correct it. Boom, correct it. Sometimes you could correct it just by pulling the clutch right in. Sometimes that's not enough. Open, close, rear brake. Open, close, rear brake. So when you guys are starting the motorcycle today, I'm always looking at the front suspension. I don't want a lot of movement in the front suspension at all. So when you start, I prefer it not move at all, unless you're doing 2 to 1. If you do 2 to 1, it's gonna come up, come back down. But when you're stopping, zero exception. I don't wanna see this, I don't wanna see any compression at all. That's how smooth I want it to be. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I gotta remember I'm going up a hill here. What are you riding?
Indian.
Oh, so 2 Indians together. Is that a coincidence? Probably. Harley. How many feet can your motorcycle make a U-turn? Straight up, no lean.
18 feet. 3 lanes.
I said your bike, not you. 18 feet. These motorcycles, touring motorcycles from Harley-Davidson, can make a U-turn in 18 feet without leaning. 3 things determine the radius of a turn on a motorcycle. What are they?
Speed.
That's speed. Handlebar turn, lean angle. That's the difference between this and the Indian. The Indian, you turn the handlebars, or a soft tail, it stops right there. Touring Harley stops right there. That's the biggest difference right there. Wheelbase has something to do with it when you talk about challenges and stuff like that, pursuits. What do you got?
Short arms, man.
Short arms. What is that referring to?
Well, I have a tendency to overextend.
Aha. What kind of handlebars do you have on your, what do you have, a street glide?
Yeah.
Stock bars? What do you have on there?
12-inch rise, 6-inch pullback, 35-inch.
So we'll talk about that too, because what this is also, listen guys, I have a reputation for costing people money, right? And I cost people money because A, if you bought a soft tail motorcycle, I always tell people, or Honda Rebel, whatever the hell it is, people buy motorcycles. I did a press ride out in Arizona. Was it Arizona? No, it wasn't Arizona. It was Texas. Soft tail motorcycles with Harley-Davidson, right? And in that video, I said, a lot of people buy motorcycles based on their confidence level, their knowledge of riding. Because 9 times out of 10, whoever bought that bike, eventually they're gonna get a touring motorcycle because it's just more comfortable. You have more options, more features, right? You're limited with the other bikes, including with the handling of that bike. So, this bike can make a turn in 18 feet, straight up. So I want you to think about this. We're not up to this yet. But if this bike can turn in 18 feet without leaning, 24 feet should be easy with a lean, right? So if your U-turns are wider than 24 feet, we're gonna talk about that when we get to it. I'm gonna bring this bike to a stop how most people stop. I want you to look at the front suspension. Woo! All right, I'm on a hill. I wanna go that way. So what am I gonna, I'm gonna start with the handlebars turn. And we're gonna talk about your handlebars too. Because costing people money is people realizing most motorcycle riders ride straight and make slight turns. This is it. So if that's how you ride a motorcycle, it doesn't matter. They could be high, wide, they look great. But if you learn how to ride and now you actually turn the handlebars further than this, oh shit, I can't reach my clutch. These are not practical. Gotta change them. I just cost you some money. But trust me, it's gonna help you, right? All right, so to make this turn, I'm gonna do 2, 1, brake. And I'm gonna hold the turn. Once I get in the turn, I can either open the clutch up more, come off the brake or whatever. But my goal is to get through the turn. First gear. Even if I turn the handlebars, the rules don't change. Everything's the same. Cover the rear brake, preload, clutch right before the friction zone, head and eyes. 2, 1, brake, 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 brake. Good, off the brake. Clutch in, 2 feet out. That's how people usually stop. See all that dive? I mean, God forbid they have a passenger on the back and helmets are hitting. Somebody told me helmets hitting is supposed to happen. Shows what people don't know. When you ride with a passenger, now it's more important that you know what the hell you're doing. All right, now I'm gonna come back, stop properly. Friction brake, listen to my throttle. Friction brake, brake, brake. I'm in the friction zone, brake, brake, brake. Now I pull the clutch in. And the fact that I'm coming up a hill, I need that. If you're somebody that wants to coast into a stop, that ain't gonna work going up a hill. I need the friction zone there. So today when you guys are riding or coming to a stop, I want you to need the friction zone every time you stop. So when we do this first exercise, when we're going cone to cone, I don't want you gliding into stops. That's not teaching you anything. So if you go from one cone to the other and your handlebar is straight as an arrow, too much speed. And I know you're gonna be like, what the hell is he talking about? I'm going slow. You're slow. We're doing a different kind of slow out here today, right? I want you to feel the struggle. That's what this is about. I want you to work it out. Work it out. Let me show you something else too, just in case you need to see this. Because a lot of times, every time somebody feels falling, well, Rob said, give power, 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 power. So now you're going fast because you're trying to keep the bike straight. No. Everybody here, I'm assuming, rode a bicycle before? If you ride a bicycle and it starts, you're going very slowly. Don't you just do this with your handlebars? It's the same thing on the bike. So that's what I'm getting ready to show you guys. I'm going to go very slowly, and I'm going to let you know when I got the clutch all the way in, 0 power. And when I need the power, all I'm going to do is 1 0, 1 0, right? And I'm going to work it out because now I'm at a point where what I'm feeling, I know it's okay. Remember, I told you we're going to be in our feelings. They rule us. They rule us. You want somebody to remember something? Tie an emotion to it. Saddest, gladdest, maddest moments, they stay with you. And the fear is going to stay with you too. But the good news is, no, it's not. Because the more you practice this, it's going to go away. Because you're going to trust and believe. Who's familiar with trust and believe? I knew it. Well, you will. It's an exercise. Exercise number 3. Everybody loves it. Not. All right. All right, so it just happened. I turned around. I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to be showing you guys. Totally forgot. Anybody?
Look good though.
No, thank you. I go around. I was like, what the hell am I supposed to be?
They're working it. Working it.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. The hell? You're good. No lean. All right, good. I'm going to do it over here where the ground is flat. All right, right now I got no clutch. No power. Power, no power. Power, no power. No power. No power. No power. Power, no power. No power. Power. So you see what I mean? I don't need power all of the time. Work it out. Feel the struggle. That's what I want. Listen, most of the things that we've accomplished in our lives, struggle was behind them, especially the things that really matter. Right? So I want you to feel the struggle. So the first exercise we're going to do, guys, smooth, short starts and stops. Those cones coming down here, you know what? Lori, follow Lori, she'll show you. You're going to start at a cone, stop at a cone. We don't have any, oh yes we do. We got a road glide. We got a road glide and we got 2 road glides. We got a, what is that, Challenger? Pursuit. Oh, it's a Pursuit, okay, good. So we got 3 fixed fairing motorcycles, but it doesn't matter, you all have fairings. You don't have any clue where the front wheel on your motorcycle is, no clue. And so that's why when we do certain exercises and I say, all right, I want you to put your wheel right here. You guys will pass a polygraph test. I could put your hand on a stack of Bibles, you'll be fine. That you put your wheel here, but your wheel was here. But that's where you saw it last. When you couldn't see that line anymore, you said, okay, time to turn. This is part of the dating process. You need to be able to know where stuff is on your bike without actually being able to see it. Judgment. I don't want you passing the cone in front of you here. Your front tire, I don't want it passing. Okay? Coming out of a turn, that's when this is most important. Friction brake, smooth stop. Foot up. Brake, 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 clutch, clutch, clutch. Smooth stop. Foot up right away. 2 to 1. See the handlebars? Clutch, 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 brake, 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 brake. That's the only thing that's going to straighten out the bars if you see them doing like that. Clutch, but keep braking. Foot up, 2 to 1. Brake, 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 brake. Smooth stop. All right, let's do it. Good, good, clutch, 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 good. See our handlebars? Brake, 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 brake. Beautiful, Lori. Nice. Excellent, Lori. All right, you ready?
I guess so.
Smooth start, smooth stop. 2 to 1. Preload, let me hear you preload. Good. Clutch. Good. Brake, 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 brake. Not bad, not bad. Good. Excellent, excellent. Good. Good, good. See the handlebars? Brake, brake, brake. Nice. All right, too much speed there. Too much speed there. 2 to 1. 2, 1. Brake, 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 brake. Nice. One more. Good, 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 good. Brake, 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 brake. All right, too much speed on that last one. Good job, though, man. That was surprising. See, this is why I don't listen to people anymore. I just watch what they're gonna do, especially that woman right there. All right, you ready? Remember, 2 to 1. Start braking. Brake, 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 brake. Head and eye, straight ahead. All right, reset. Beautiful bike, man. Whoa, whoa, you're supposed to be stopping at every cone. Yeah, you're supposed to be stopping at every cone. Also, your preload's very low, so your bike is almost ready to stall. Give me a little bit more preload. Let me hear your preload. Good. Yep. But make sure you keep it there. Keep it elevated. Keep it loaded. See how it's dropping? Too much speed, too much speed. See how your handlebars were straight the whole time? Too much speed, and every time you open your clutch, you drop the preload. So you listen to it. You want to keep it elevated. So right now you're opening your clutch and you're keeping it right there. I want you to open it, pull it back in to 1, 2 to 1. Preload, preload. So what? Yeah, you did 2 to 0. 2 to 1. Now don't do 2, 1. 2, 1. Just like that. Preload, good. 2, 2, 1. Easy, easy. We're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it. Too much speed. Too much speed. Too much speed. Too much speed. 2 to 1. 2 to 1. 2. Nope, no good. Try it again. 2 to 1. Preload. 2, 1. So literally, this is what you're doing. I say 2 to 1, you're going like this. 2, 1, back to 2. 2 to 1, stay at 1. 2 is so much better. Yeah. Said 2 is so much better. I know the feeling. Good. 2. Yeah. Same thing. There's no reason why I should see your clutch hand going like this. That's what I see. 2, 1. Now, if you need more power, you go back up. But up and down doesn't make sense here. Power is what we need. We don't need taking it away. Right? Preload. 2, 1. Pull it in a little. Too much speed. See how straight your handlebars are? Good. See, not enough clutch, not addressing it. That's why the bike's going all the way over there. Now, what happened there? Huh?
Not enough power.
That's right, and you never addressed it, so it just kept going. All right, good job. So I always give that as an example, and that's it in real time. In fact, that might be my new B-roll. If you open the clutch too slowly, the bike's gonna start falling. And if you don't address it, it's just gonna keep falling. All right, you ready? 2 to 1, rear brake, 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 friction brake. Don't pass that cone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Preload, let me hear your preload. Let me hear it. Don't, just hold it. Keep it loaded. Good. Foot up. That's 10. All right, too much speed, and that's another 30. You got 40 push-ups already. Preload, good, clutch. Pull it in a little. All right, another 20. So here's what you're doing. I'm telling you 2 to 1. You're opening the clutch up. If you pull it in, you're going back out. Once you pull it in, you don't need to go back out unless you're at the end and you feel like you need power. Right now, you're trying to keep the handlebar straight, trying to work it out, okay? Preload. Preload. Clutch. 2, 2, 1. That's 10. Too much speed, too much speed. Same thing. I want you to play with that. Open that clutch, pull it right back in a little bit. Good. 2, 2, 1. All right, too much speed. Also, take it easy on that rear brake. Preload. Preload. Clutch. 2, 1. That's better. Too much speed though. 2 to 1. Preload. That's 10. Good, good. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Now, why are you over here? What happened?
Not enough speed.
Not enough clutch.
Not enough clutch.
Remember, we need power. And remember the example I told you. I said, if your handlebars are starting to turn and you're trying to go straight, what's happening? It's falling. And so what you did right there is I told you to go slower. So you started opening the clutch slower. So yeah, you started slower, but now it's falling. That's why we do 2 to 1. So it doesn't fall, but we don't go too fast. All right, man. Head nice, straight ahead. 2 to 1. All right, good. So you did what most people do. You went to 2, stayed in 2, then pulled it all the way in and coasted to that stop. Yeah, that's not what we're doing. 2 to 1. Listen to the cadence. Not 2, 1. 2, 1. And work it out. Stay in the friction zone, rear brake. That's 10. Too much speed. See how straight your handlebars are? Yeah. Plus, I'm looking at your clutch hand going like this. 2, 1. Stay there. 2, 1. Old habits die hard. Yeah. I still see your hand going because you want to give back power. You don't. 2, 1. Work it out. 2, 1. Friction brake, friction brake, 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 brake. That's better already. And then pull the clutch in. Good. Do that again. Good. Friction brake, 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 brake. Better, better. Good. Good. Brake, 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 brake. That's okay. So right there, yeah, right there, if you see it falling, that's when you give more clutch. But other than that, I shouldn't see you doing that. Okay? Good job, man. Now, I normally don't do this twice, but, you know, I want people to, if they need it, they need it. Bottom line. All right, you ready? 2 to 1, smooth stop. Good, good. Start braking. Keep the clutch open. Brake, brake, brake. Very nice, man. Good. Good. Start braking, 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 braking. All right, falling right there a little bit. You felt it falling a little bit?
Yeah.
More clutch at the end.
Okay.
Good. Brake, 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 brake. All right. Nope, no good. Pull the clutch in a little. There we go. Brake, brake, brake. Because what you're doing is you're opening it up into... What you're doing is you're opening it up into 2.
Yeah.
You're staying in 2 and just braking.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But then when you get to the end, sometimes you have too much power.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
All right.
So that's why I like you to start 2 to 1.
2 to 1. 2 to
Keep
1.
it slow that way. And if you need more at the end, then start opening it.
All right.
Let's try that. 2, 2, 1. Good. Easy with the brake. Brake, brake, brake. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm going to tell you why that was beautiful later. Beautiful. No, that was good. All right, you can take. So why am I saying his is beautiful? It's beautiful because he had to work through some stuff. And I love to see that, guys, because that's how we learn. 1. Yeah, that hand is still 2, 1. Yeah. 2, 1. Yeah, too much speed. Never went to 1. Stayed at 2. Look at that clutch hand. 2, 1. See, back to 2. Clutch hand's coming out. There we go. That's step number 4. Find out where 1 is. Good. Friction brake, friction brake. Oh. Now he's got that hydraulic clutch, so it's further out. I remember that now. So see how wide his hand is open? Good. 2, 2, 1. Good. Friction brake, 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 brake. That's what I'm talking about. Copy and paste. Do it again. 2. Good. Brake, 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 brake. Ah. All right, take a break, man. Yeah, that's what you're doing. Good. So he knows what he's doing. He keeps going like this with his hand. Remember, the movements that we make are so small. This is why we go right before the friction zone, step number 4. So if we need to make any adjustments, it's so small. Never should I see that. 2 to 1. Hold up. Where does your friction zone start? Start opening it. See? See how far out it is? But right now you're starting from here. I don't want you there. I want you right before 1. So start opening it up. Good. Pull it right before that. Good. Preload. So as soon as you open your hand, that's 1. I want you at 2. 2 to 1. 2, 1. Yeah, too much speed. Remember, as soon as you start, you should be braking too. Reload. 2, 2, 1. Too much speed, too much speed. Now you got the clutch all the way in. You're gliding into the stop. 2 to 1, 2 to 1. 2, 1. Brake, 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 brake. And what I'm seeing is, just like with the other gentleman, I'm seeing your clutch hand going. Remember I said at the beginning, I should never see that. 2, but I understand, when you, as soon as you feel something you don't like, clutch, which is the right thing to do usually. Good. 2, 1. Keep it at 1. So you're going back to 2. You're going back to 2, your heel's behind you, and you're way past these cones. All right. 2, 1. Keep it at 1. Trust it. Brake, brake, brake. All right, it's getting there. We're coming along. We got the 2 to 1 now at least. Let's do that again. Preload. 2, 1. Keep it at 1. Brake, 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 brake. Nah, you pulled it all the way in. But that's already getting better. Coming along, brother. All right, you ready? Remember, 2, 1. Start braking right away. 2, 1. You went to 0. 2, 1. You did it again. Remember, and I know because, you know, nervousness, when I say 2 to 1, this is your hand. You open it up and then you go. It's 2, 1. Nice and small. Good. Keep clutch, clutch. So right there, you're going back to 0. Good. Brake, 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 brake. Better. So right there, the handlebars are bone straight. So speed. 1. No, see, too much speed. See how straight your handlebars are? Too fast. If they're straight, you're going too fast. 2, 1. Brake, 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 brake. Foot down. Okay. Last 1. 2, 1. Brake, 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 brake. It ain't gonna get no smoother than that, brother. It ain't gonna get no smoother than that. God, he was like levitating there. That was awesome. But that's one of those situations where the balance, it worked out for him, right? I'm not putting it all on balance. He has something to do with it. 2. Where's your clutch start? Where's stage 1? Right there. Pull it right before it. Pull it right before it. That's where you start. So when you start, don't go there. Go a little bit past there and then come back to there. 2, 1. Rear brake. Rear brake. 2, 1. Brake, 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 brake. See how your bike is jumping? It's because your movements are too big with the clutch and you're too heavy on the brake. Remember, when you brake, it's a consistent brake. We're not doing this, okay? Head nod, straight ahead. Foot up, pull it in a little, pull the clutch in a little. Brake, 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 brake. So right there, you went to 2 and stayed there and just started braking. That's okay, but you got to start braking earlier because you're going too fast. Preload. Clutch. 2, 2, 1. Easy, easy, easy. Preload, preload. Preload. Clutch. 2, 1. Too much clutch, too much clutch.
Too much what?
Too much clutch. See how fast your bike is moving? Too much clutch, 2 to 1. Yeah, I knew that was coming because every time you open your clutch, your throttle's dropping. That's why I say listen to it. You got to keep that throttle elevated. So give me some more preload. But this is where we want it to happen. We want it to happen here. Preload, see how low it is? Too much clutch, too much clutch. Preload. Easy, easy. Don't make it fight. I saw that bike sit. And so also what you're doing is right there, you're making the bike fight. I looked at your bike sit. That means you're opening the clutch, but you're holding it back with the rear brake. Okay. Light pressure on that rear brake when you start, okay? 2, 1. All right, take a break. All right, guys, we're gonna move on to exercise number 2, the slow ride, but of course we're gonna talk about this first. Let's do it. All right, video, audio check. All right, guys, break it up, break it up. Any questions on that last exercise?
How am I going to get, I'm already at 40 push-ups, man. I'm not too old to do too
Oh, you're more than 40.
By the end of your
Let me tell you something, guys. Tell me your name again? Steven. Steve said, I never felt so inept in my life. Again, guys, that's why I ask you how long you've been practicing this. Be patient with yourselves. We just got here. That's exercise number 1. But what I will tell you is that exercise is a lot, right? It's a lot. And so for some people, when I do private lessons, I start with that. That's my goal, to start with that. That doesn't always work out. Sometimes I have to go to 2.
How far apart are those are the stops?
15 feet.
Because I mean, I bought cones and a measuring tape for my own parking lot after this class is over.
Perfect. Perfect, perfect.
Great practice for traffic.
Absolutely it is. But what it's also giving you is that exercise is forcing you to be in full control. You don't have no, especially knowing, oh, I can't duck walk. No, full control. So if you find yourself darting to the next cone, because that's what you're comfortable doing, you're comfortable letting speed take over. But no, the motorcycle's taking the day off. Today, you got to be in control. So open, close. That's why I keep saying 2 to 1. But I can say that till I'm blue in the face. What makes you feel comfortable is what you're going to resort to. 2 to 1. Screw you, Rob. 2 is fine. I'm going to stay right here. And then it's an abrupt stop at the end, and you're past the next cone, right? So that's the beauty about that exercise. Number 1, yes, it's forcing you to be in control. It's all on you. But number 2, you can practice it anytime you ride. Anytime. But here's what happens. It happens all the time. It happened in Nevada. I love the fact that I even saw some of you guys afterwards, Steve, practicing it on his own. But every time I see somebody practicing it on their own, they're going too fast. This is why you need cones. Trust me, practicing with cones is important because it's not only going to give you confinement, but it's going to give you the ability to judge space, right? And so I told all you guys, don't pass that cone with your front tire. Please, that cone was like way past, right? It's humbling, I know it is. But that's because the feeling that you don't like, it's forcing it on you. And that's, I need to go slow. So if I tell you you're going too fast, okay, Rob, same thing. You're going too fast, okay, Rob, same thing. What's the definition of insanity? Expecting a different result, right? Yeah, absolutely. So too much clutch, that's what's going on. Then if I tell you, you're giving me too much clutch, now you go to, it's never in a middle. Now it's too little clutch. Now too little clutch, sometimes it works out. Most of the times it's not. What's the slowest the bike's ever gonna go? Beginning of a start, end of a stop. So that's when it wants to fall the most. So when John, God damn, I get it by exercise number 8. So when John, right before the last cone, finally he said, I'm going to open up this clutch slower. Remember the example I told you guys? I said, what's going on if I open up my clutch slowly and my intention is to go straight and my bars are turning? Start of a fall, right? So that's what was happening to him. Never corrected it, so it just kept going. Now he's not at 0, because if he's at 0, the bike would have just fell. But the insufficient number that he's at to make that bike stand up and go straight, he's staying there. He's not correcting it. Now if he corrected it here, now he's going to go straight this way. If he corrected that as soon as he felt it, no problem. All right? So again, guys, when I told you open, close, you're going to be doing it all the time. All the time. When I got on his bike and I went to make that U-turn, I'm making the U-turn and I felt like I didn't have enough power for what I was doing. So I just did a quick open, close. The power that I'm asking you to give the bike, it's just a quick burst of it. That's why I showed you me just with no power. And when I needed it, boop. But right now I understand, no, Rob, you said 2 to 1. Okay, 2-1. It's too much, right? Remember, we don't have to do a lot to get a lot unless we wait too long to do something, okay? Any questions? Eric, you look like you got a question. Nope. He's like, what the hell?
No. I'm just how I'm gonna do this.
Oh, he looks that way all the time?
Right.
Go ahead.
2. I'm starting out at 2.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what we call this.
Preload.
Preload.
Mhm.
Preloaded. I'm starting out at 2.
Yes.
And then I go to 1 to maintain that slower speed that we want prior to the stop.
Yes, because remember, guys, I'm sorry to cut you off. You're going to a stop in close proximity. So you don't need all of that speed. You want it, I know, but you don't need it. And so I'm glad you brought that up because a few of you guys, if I said 2 to 1, you said, okay, here you go, Rob. 2-1-2. How about that? You like that? 2-1-2. I'm going to end in 2. And I'm looking at your clutch hand doing this. Remember, I told you guys from the beginning, I should never see this. This is too much movement. So the last time Eric went, before he went, I'm looking at where his clutch is. I said, you ready? He goes, yeah. I said, where's stage 1 for you? He opened up his clutch this much before he got to it. That's where he needs to start, right before that. So now when he needs that, boom. But remember, we're going 2 to 1, so he's not going to just do that. He's going to do that. I should see his bike go like this. Right? It's the only time I should see that suspension move. Boom. Because again, 2 is just picking it up. I don't need to stay there. But remember, we're always standing by waiting for the report. So if you go 2 to 1 and you're braking, when you start getting near the end of that stop, if you feel falling, start going back up 1.5. You don't have to jump right to 2, but if you do, that's fine. Here's something I do, guys, and it helps me out sometimes, because I'm always standing by waiting for the report. When I'm coming to a stop and I'm braking, brake, friction brake, sometimes right before I'm going to put my foot down, if I'm in stage 2 or stage 1, whatever stage I'm in, right before I'm going to go put my foot down, I do that, but I brake at the same time because that's picking the bike up but stopping it. I'm not giving the bike a chance to do this. So friction brake, boop, right? It's slight, nothing crazy, right? I forgot who did I say that stop was great? I'll tell you later why. Yeah, his handlebars were all over the place. When he stopped, boom, he straightened it out. Those are the stops I like the most. So most of you guys, when you were cone to cone, your handlebars are straight as an arrow. That right there should let you know too much speed, right? Or if you feel, oh, that felt great, going too fast. I know if it feels good, you're doing it wrong, right? That only applies to this, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay?
I feel like I'm doing it wrong when I'm doing this then.
No, because that was me when I told you no power, and I'm working it out. That's you working it out, but really that's an indication, or at least it should be, if I'm moving this much, but I need to stop, I got to straighten out these bars. What does it always want to do with power? Stand up and go straight. I need to straighten out the bars. Clutch is going to do that, but I have to continue braking. If you just open the clutch alone, now you're going to be going too fast. All right? So remember, brake. Some of you guys, your bike's doing this. This is not the exercise where you should be doing this to your brake. Brake, or you just keep braking. Well, no matter what you do with your clutch, you're braking because you still have to stop. Okay? We're good? All right. Exercise number 2, the slow ride. This is going to be a little bit better for you. but this is also designed to make you feel discomfort, right? I need you to feel this discomfort, right? Because we got to work through this. I'm throwing you in the deep end. Look at it that way. But I'm still, you really have a life vest on, but you don't realize it. That's what's going on here, okay? So we're gonna go back over there. The cones are not really relevant here. We're gonna do a slow ride. I'm gonna walk, you're gonna ride. Do not pass me. You know what? No, we're gonna go this way because I see a slope coming this way. So we're gonna go that way. Don't pass me. You're not allowed to use your brake. So now this is 2-0, since some of you were doing that anyway. Hey. Yeah. 2-0. Pick the, but don't do 2-0. You're gonna pass me. 2-0. Work it out. Work it out. Now, this exercise goes against what I normally tell you to do. I tell you we cover the rear brake all the time. We're not covering it here. We're not using it. We're not covering it. I also tell you address it as soon as you feel it. Delay that here a little bit. Feel the struggle. I want you to work it out. Because the goal is not to pass me. Now, for when Lori goes, I'm going to be walking like this. When you guys go, I'm going to walk at my normal pace. I'm 6'1". There's no reason you should pass me unless too much clutch, right? If your handlebars are straight, you're going to pass me. 2, 1, work it out. Now, if you do that, work it out. When you need the power, boop, just quick. Don't overcorrect it because then it's going to be counterproductive. You're going to pass me. Unless you were doing so well that I'm so far ahead of you that now it's okay for you to do that little screw up because you got room to do it. All right, questions? Anybody need a demo?
Let's do it. Let's do a demo.
Okay, I'll do a demo. Clutch in. No power. Work it out. Clutch. No clutch. Clutch. No clutch. Clutch. No clutch. That's how you stay slow with no brake. Friction brake, clutch, clutch, brake, clutch, 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 clutch. All right. And so, yeah, like I said before over there, I'm going up a hill. If I'm going up a hill, I absolutely need the friction brake, okay? All right, guys, exercise number 2, and I made sure we're going in a direction where we're going slightly uphill so they're not just rolling and they pass me that way. All right, you ready? For my ambassadors, I walk backwards. Let's do it. And this is the hill actually helps in this way because without the duck walking, another 10. That's Frankie. Rear brake, smooth stop. Beautiful, Lori. So Lori knows that it's coming. She knows I'm going to say rear brake, smooth stop. Remember, guys, if you're in line and you need to move up, we're not duck walking. All right. Don't worry, it's only 30.
I got you.
All right, you ready?
Yes, sir.
No brake. Don't even cover it. No brake.
No break.
2-0. That's another 10 because he tapped the ground when he was picking up his foot. Good. Very good. All right, rear brake, smooth stop, rear brake. All right, good job, man. We're gonna talk about why that stop was so terrible. Remember, what does smooth stop mean, guys? Friction brake, friction brake. All right, you ready? No rear brake. Don't pass me. Head 9, straight ahead, let's do it. Very good. It's coming at me in 3D. So what happened right there? How come he's coming at me, guys? Is it because he doesn't like me? No, that's not it. It's because his bike started falling to the left. He didn't address it as soon as he felt it. That's all. All right, you ready? No brake. Let's do it. When they start moving, I start walking. Not trying to make this like impossible. And this is my normal pace of walk. It's not slow. See, so I gotta wait for him, good. Rear brake, smooth stop. Okay. Another stop, not smooth. Wonder what happened there. Okay, that's 20. Rear brake, smooth stop. You notice, have you guys noticed everybody's suspension is diving at the end? We're going to talk about that. He's moving, I'm moving. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He didn't pass me yet, but he's close. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Pull it back in. Good. Feel the struggle. There we go. Good recovery. Clutch, clutch, good. All right, rear brake, smooth stop. All right, good job, man. So even right there, guys, if I had more space to go, he would have passed me, because when he corrected it, instead of him doing a 1-0, he did a 2-0. Too much power. You don't need it. And that's the whole point of this exercise. Well, one of the points is to show you you don't need a lot to get a lot, as long as you do it as soon as you feel it. All right, let's talk about it. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop. All right, any questions on that last exercise, guys? Again, that exercise is designed to make you feel, oh crap. So that's why I don't want you to be going open, close, open, close. I want you to work it out. Work it out. You don't like the way it feels yet. Work it out and wait until you absolutely need some relief. And when you need the relief, give yourself a little bit. And it's supposed to get you to see, I don't like the way this feels. I don't like the way this feels. And the more you do that, the more you realize, this is not that bad. It's making you trust this to be the answer for power, for relief of the feeling you don't like, which is falling. Okay? And what Eric did, I said to the camera, why is Eric coming right at me? Does he not like me? Do I owe him money? No. Why? Now, what happened? Did you guys see what happened with Eric?
Trying to get push-ups.
Listen, I need all the help I can get now.
So, his bike is starting to go to the left. It's falling to the left. Just not correcting the right. As soon as he felt it, he didn't do that. So that's why it kept coming. No big deal. All right? Okay. That's all that exercise is. Again, you can practice it every time you ride. That's the beauty of it. So who told me they don't stop at lights? They just do a slow ride. Somebody told me that. Well, anyway, that's one way of practicing it. You see a red light, don't rush to it. Do the slow ride. Now, don't do it extreme in traffic. But, practice not needing power all the time. But out there, you're going to be using your brake too, so it's even better. All right? Okay. Exercise number 3. Only one of you know what it is. Trust and believe. We're going to learn today what trust and believe is. And what it is basically what it's called. This exercise is designed to get you to trust. And you know what? Let me start here, because I always start here. Eric, do you trust and believe? I'm not talking about what you know. Do you trust and believe that as long as you provide sufficient power to the rear wheel, your bike won't fall?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Trust is a big word, but yes.
Yeah. Lori, you say it.
I'm about 99% there.
No. What am I going to say to all of them saying yes?
You're full of shit.
Yes. All of you guys are full of shit. You don't trust it. Anytime you put your foot down today, some of you got like over 100 push-ups. It's for putting your feet down. Every time you put your foot down, you're proving you don't trust it. Remember I told you earlier how people tell on themselves? I've been riding for 30 years, never dropped my bike, right? But they're duck walking everywhere. What do you got?
This video, on your video on YouTube,
Yeah.
gave me a stomach ache.
Which video?
That much. The trust.
Oh, trust and believe.
Yeah, having everybody do that. It's like I'm looking at it going, I just.
So I wish you wouldn't have said that, because now you just planting a seed in everybody's mind, like, oh shit seed.
So this is the one I can sit out on?
You could. So I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, Eric. Guys, like I said before,
Edith said about this exercise.
tell them what Edith said.
Yeah.
What did Edith say?
More about her motorcycle.
Oh yeah, she said she learned more about her motorcycle with that exercise than anything else. But that's her. We all learn differently, right? From the start, guys, I told you, this is not a competition. You don't have to do anything you don't feel comfortable doing. With that being said, we got to step outside of our comfort zone a little bit because quite frankly, you're not comfortable doing anything slow speed.
Well, you said it right there, comfortable. I trust and believe that my motorcycle will do it,
That wasn't the question.
but I'm not comfortable that Frankie can make it do it.
That's what we're going to work on. That's what we're going to work on, Frank. I'm glad he said that. Trust and believe. Oh, shit, that's what I'm wearing today, too. I got my trust and believe patch on. Trust and believe. We have to, the reason why when I asked you guys, who here loves making U-turns? Nobody raised their hand. I know you do, Lori. It's because of the same thing here. Trust. You don't trust and believe yet. And that's displayed there. That's why that's where we start. 1, 2, and 3. The first 3 things we're doing, we're not turning, we're not leaning. So if your bike stalls, no big deal. This is where we got to get the ear for the bike, listening to it, getting a feel for the bike, dating the bike, slow dancing with the bike, right? Getting comfortable with the bike so that by the time we get to 6, we're better prepared for the U-turn. But trying to just get into it when you're not comfortable going straight, slow, yeah, that's going to be a problem, okay? Trust me, there's a method to the madness, right? We do these things in order for a reason. Okay, exercise number 3, trust and believe. What's always step number 1, Frankie?
Step number 1,
Always step number 1 before you move the bike.
before I move the bike, right foot on the brake.
That's number 2.
First gear.
That's right. Make sure the motorcycle's in first gear. Paramount in this video, in this exercise. Step number 2,
Preload.
you just said it. Cover the rear brake. Yeah, cover the rear brake. The pressure's on, Frankie. I know. Happens all the time to people. Step number 3,
He gave you the answer.
Preload.
and
And keep it preloaded.
keep it loaded. My ambassadors, my Florida ambassadors in particular, are well known for giving out answers. You know,
Well, I'm listening here.
Sorry.
Mike got the nerve to say stop. I got Mike on video doing the same thing. He talking about stop. It's killing him not to help you. I was like, but I love that. That's the passion. They want to help.
Yell out the answers at home on TV.
Of course you do. Preload the throttle, and keep it loaded. Because people can preload, but now they're so consumed with it, as soon as it's time to do something, it goes down. So let me say this to you as well, guys. A lot of times when people grab the throttle, you're naturally going to grab it in a position that feels comfortable to you, natural to you. So when I ask you to preload, now you're doing something that's not comfortable, not natural. So it's very easy. Like I said before, we always want to go back to what's most comfortable. It's easy to go back to what's comfortable without you even realizing it's happening. I'm telling you to listen to it, but of course that's not happening today. So I tell people pronate a little bit. Instead of starting like this, like if I do shoulder presses on a Smith machine, I know I got to twist it to pick it up. So I can't start with my wrist like I normally would, because then it's gonna, when I twist it, now I'm unnatural. So I have to pronate a little bit. So when I twist it, now that's natural and I'm good. So on your motorcycle, pronate a little bit. So now when you preload, this pronating it is unnatural for you. Now when you preload, you're in a natural position, more likely to stay loaded, right? So preload the throttle and keep it loaded. Listen to it. Step number 4, same as before, clutch, right before the friction zone, right before it. Step number 5, I'm gonna say foot up. When I say foot up, this foot comes off the ground, but I don't want the bike moving at all. Trust that when you feel falling, address it with the clutch. And then I want you to come to a smooth stop, right? This is not about just when in doubt, throttle out. No. Smooth stop. Like I said, we're going to be in control all day today. I want all your stops smooth. Before I even talk about that, I'm sorry. How come everybody stopped sucked in that last exercise? It's done by design. I'm telling you not to cover the rear brake. I told you earlier, if you're not on it, you're more likely to smash at it. But secondly, you're still not accustomed to smooth stop. You hear stop, brake. Everybody was like, except Lori, but she knows it's coming, right? Anytime I say smooth stop, that's a friction brake stop, right? Brake, 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 brake. So in this exercise, I'm gonna demonstrate it for you guys, of course. Lori's gonna yell foot up to me. When she says foot up, I'm gonna pick up my foot. As soon as I pick up my foot, your goal is not to see how long you can balance the bike. As soon as I pick up my foot, I'm waiting to feel. I have to feel it. If you pick up your foot and just open your clutch, this is pointless. You have to feel falling. You can't trick your brain. We got to reprogram it, right? So if I pick my foot up and the bike is just sitting there, the balance of the bike is working out. But eventually it's going to start falling. As soon as I feel it starting to fall, correct it. Smooth stop. If I do it correctly, The most my bike should move is from there to here. If I do it correctly, let me not say correctly, if I address it as soon as I feel it. If I wait a little bit longer, foot up, I feel falling, I let it get this far, and I open the clutch. Still not a big deal, because what this exercise is also supposed to show you is, when you feel your bike falling, don't give up. Like if you open your hand, and this happens all the time, I know you think you opened your hand, but you didn't. Well, how do I know you didn't? Because the bike fell, right? It's not gonna fall with power. So remember I told you that word sufficient is so important? If I pick up my foot, I feel the bike falling, stage 1, correct it, no problem. I pick up my foot, I feel the bike falling, stage 1, not sufficient. I let it go too far over. Now it's gonna fall if I don't change something. Go to 3, because if I let it go that far, 2 might, I wanna make sure, 2 might be enough, but why take the chance? 3 to 1, because remember the whole 2 to 1 thing? That's what I'm doing here. Foot up, feel falling, 2, 1, rear brake. Because I don't need to stay at 2. We're good? Here's what I'm expecting to see, because it happens every time. Ready, Tony? Steve, ready. Foot up. That's what I'm gonna see, he's not gonna do anything. Or foot up, down. Or foot up, you put your foot up fast, so you push the bike, and then you put this foot down. This is what I'm expecting to see. Or foot up, clutch. No, foot up, trust it. Now I got you on video, you all said you trust it. I told you were well actually Lori told you you're FOS. Prove her wrong, prove her wrong. Demonstration. And when I feel it, clutch, 2, 1, rear brake, smooth stop. Again, you don't have to stop in a short distance, but I want your stop to be smooth, that's the point. First gear, cover the rear brake, always. Preload. Clutch right before the friction zone, that's good. Head and eye straight ahead. All right, Lori. Friction brake, smooth stop. Now right there, that was an example. I can't take credit for that. It just worked out. The balance worked out. So I'm sitting there for a little while. As soon as I feel it, but you see I'm turned a little bit, right? That's the way it was starting to fall. Now I'm gonna do the same thing again, but I'm gonna delay addressing it. I'm gonna delay it a little bit longer, nothing crazy. First gear, cover the rear brake, preload, clutch right before the friction zone, ready. Friction brake. Now look where I'm facing because the bike was falling more. And you heard me throttle. Again, did I need that? No, I'm already preloaded, but it makes me feel better to do it. It's not gonna hurt to do it, but even with that burst of speed, my stop was still smooth, not from momentum, but me friction braking at the end. I slowed the bike down enough so that I needed the friction zone. I needed it. Friction brake, bing. So no matter what we do today, guys, and no matter how good whatever you do looks, if the stop looks like shit, I'm gonna tell you, oh, that was awesome, but the stop was trash, right? Because I want smooth stops all day. Why do I harp on that so much? Because no matter how long you've been riding, you have to stop. So shouldn't you be good at it? Yes. Now that you actually know how to do it properly, that's what you're gonna work on all the time, all day, and after you leave here. Questions? Preload, foot up. Smooth stop, friction brake. All right, terrible stop. Set that off. Hold up. Now when Lori first started, did you see her handlebars start turning to the left? Not enough clutch at the beginning.
I was going downhill.
Yeah, I know. But then she corrected it. And then she came here and the stop was terrible. I'm always gonna definitely be on my ambassadors because sometimes when you get it, I got it now. So you get a little lazy.
Sometimes you rush it.
Yeah, sometimes you rush it. Uh-oh. All right, forming behind Lori. Foot up. Smooth stop. Nice, Lori. That's 10. That's another 30. So you did that over there too. When you go to start moving, you pick up your foot and then you tap the ground. That's 10. You don't need that. We're gonna talk about that too. All right, you ready? Good, right before the friction zone, head and eye straight ahead. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Stop, stop, stop. Let's try that again. Pull the clutch in. All right. Just not enough clutch there, that's all. Give me some more preload. More preload. Foot up. All right, so right now you're thinking about it. When you hear foot up, just pick that foot up. Don't think about it. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Smooth stop. All right, let's try it again. Make sure you feel falling. Foot up. Clutch, good. Smooth. Now you're good, but you want to put your foot right back down. You're good.
I do.
Yeah, you're good. You're actually good. You're opening up that clutch good.
So my goal here is foot up, sit here until I feel fall, go.
Clutch, and then smooth stop.
And then smooth stop.
So really, 2 to 1. You don't need to stay.
Okay.
Foot up. No, no. All right, let me back you up.
I lost my preload.
Yeah, well, no, no. What you did right there is you never felt falling. As soon as I said foot up, you open the clutch. Yeah, you got to feel falling, otherwise it's pointless. You're good. All right. Remember, you have to feel falling, so wait for it. Foot up. Clutch, clutch. Up, all right. Make sure you're still in gear, because when you put your foot up, you're hitting that back. Okay, good. All right. Reload. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. See, right there, you were good again. But what you're doing is when you open the clutch, you don't like it. You pull it back in. That's why it's falling. All right, head over there behind Lori. Good job, man. 2 to 1. Friction brake, friction brake. Too much speed, too much speed. All right. You know what you're doing here?
I think so.
Okay. First gear, yes. Covering the rear brake. Preload. Clutch right before the friction zone. Keep it loaded, head nice straight ahead. Foot up. Smooth stop. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Smooth start, smooth stop. Head nice, straight ahead. The whole time you're looking here.
What's that?
The whole time you're looking here, even while you're moving. Head and eye, straight ahead. All right, you know what you're doing here?
What's that?
You know what you're doing here?
In a second, I will. There we go.
First gear, covering the rear brake, yes, preload.
I got my engine lights on now.
Huh?
My engine lights on.
That happens on Indians every time you try to preload.
Really?
Yeah. Part of the reason I got rid of mine. All right. Head and eye, straight ahead. Foot up. Yeah, as soon as you feel falling, open that hand. 2 to 1. Don't forget to come to a smooth stop. Don't think about it. As soon as you hear foot up, pick it up. Oh, I didn't say. All right, back up. All right. Yeah, wait until you hear foot up.
I just cover the brake, not applying the brake.
Just cover it. Well, you're on a hill, so you might have to apply. You don't want the bike to roll. I don't want the bike moving at all. Preload, give me some more. Pull the clutch in a little bit. You're in the friction zone. See? I can hear the difference. All right, you ready? Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Foot up. See, you're thinking about it. As soon as you hear it, pick it. Now, what's happening there? What's happening there?
I panic and I let
No.
the clutch out too much.
No, that's not the problem. You're not keeping it loaded. It's stalling. Because if you let the clutch out too much, but you still have throttle, it's just going to go.
Okay.
You're stalling. That's what you can always hear.
I bought one of these things to actually hold the throttle in place.
No,
but
you don't want that.
I didn't think it was safe.
Yeah, it's not. You don't need that. Because we need throttle control. So we don't need somebody on the highway. We don't need that on the highway. You got cruise control. All right, good, good. Preload. Foot up. Foot up.
No.
All right, let's try it again. Preload. Foot up. Try one more time, one more time.
I have no confidence.
I know. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Good. Smooth stop, smooth stop. There you go. He just said I have no confidence. But that's the whole point. We need you to feel it. Feel it. That's 10. All right, you know what you're doing here? First gear, covering the rear brake.
Covering the rear brake, yeah.
Preload the throttle. Remember, this is supposed to mimic an uh-oh moment. So when I say foot up, don't sit there and think about it. Just pick your foot up and come to a smooth stop. Head and eye straight ahead. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Stop, stop, stop. You can use the front brake right there. People are trying to avoid those push-ups at all costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that situation, you have to. You got both your feet down. Okay, so that's okay. That time you open the clutch. You popped it, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just make sure, because it's as quick as you open it, you can close it and start braking. Make sure you keep it loaded so it doesn't stall. Foot up. Clutch. All right, try it again. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. What happened there?
Too much clutch.
That's the same thing he said. That's not what happened.
What happened?
It stalled because you let the preload go.
Oh.
Remember, if you have too much clutch but you still have preload,
Yeah.
the bike is just going to go.
No.
But if it stops like that and shuts off, it's stalled. Got to keep that throttle loaded. All right, and back up.
Give it another.
Yep. Make sure you keep it loaded. Good. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Give me some more. Put up. Now you're moving. You're moving. All right. Smooth. Cover that rear brake. Follow the first 5 steps. First gear. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 10 push-ups. Follow the first 5 steps. If you're starting with 2 feet on the ground, you're not covering the rear brake. 2 to 1. That's 10. All right. Straighten out. All right. You know what you're doing here? First gear, covering the rear brake. Preload the throttle. When I say foot up, don't think about it. Just pick your foot up. And don't forget to come to a smooth stop. And keep it loaded. Give me some more. Foot up. So you're thinking about it. Stop, stop, stop. Yeah, don't think about it. Now I expect you to think about it, but don't think about it. This is supposed to mimic an uh-oh moment. Uh-oh moments aren't planned. As soon as you hear foot up, pick that foot up. Good, good. Keep it loaded. Listen to that sound. Listen to that sound. Foot up. Now you're moving. You're moving. Come on back.
It's difficult, more. It's difficult than you.
Absolutely. Very humbling out here, man. Because this is going against our, going against the grain. So right now you're opening as soon as I say foot up, you're opening your clutch. So the bike's just taking off. I need you to feel the bike fall first before you do that. Preload. Right before the friction zone. Go, pull it in a little, pull it in a little. Pull it in a little. See, I can hear it. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. All right, try it again. Got it, come on. Preload. Give me some more preload. Good, good. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Yeah, that was it right there. That's perfect. The only thing you didn't do is that. Yep. All right, try it again. Foot up. Now you're moving. You again? Smooth stop. Smooth start, smooth stop. Good. 2 to 1, 2 to 1. Brake, 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 brake. Yeah, so, all right, whatever. We'll work on that. All right, let's try it again.
All right.
Keep that throttle loaded. Listen to it. Good, 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 good. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Smooth stop. Friction, smooth stop. Smooth stop. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. We got the hard part. We got the hard part. All right, guys. We're going to talk about this. Great job. We're going to move on to exercise number 4. Now, we're going to start turning. See how much they love this one. Let's do it. Hey, guys. Look at all the rags that Mike had. All the microfibers that Mike has. Big shout out to Mike. Wiping down Raven. Of course, Lori's bike as well. But I was not expecting this. Outstanding. Love my ambassadors, man. That's just awesome. Would you look at that? I had a bug splat on the front fender that I forgot to clean, and it's gone now. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Woo! That's the new girl. That's the new motorcycle in my fleet. That's Raven 2022 Road King Police. And now that's the bike I'm gonna let people beat the shit out of. You know, Angel gets a break now. My Road King special. She's the backup now. All right. Questions, guys?
Yeah.
So this is the thing, and it's going to be true with everything out here. What's hard about that? It's not physically hard.
Mental. Oh, it's all mental.
And everything out here is all mental. Because if it was something physical, you wouldn't even be able to ride, right? So it's just mental. But that exercise is so important because it's always relevant. That's why the first question I asked you is, do you trust and believe? And you're like, yeah, I do. Yeah, I know you understand what it means, but do you actually trust it? The answer is no. That's why you don't like U-turns. Trust me, that's why you don't like U-turns. Because in a U-turn, now you're asking me at a slow speed to lean the bike over and turn? No. I ain't doing that, right? It's happening today. You'll see. Okay. 2 of you guys, the bike went like this. And both of you said the same thing. I gave it too much clutch. Yeah. And I said, negative. Your bike stalled. Because think about it. Too much clutch is not going to make the bike shut off. Not enough preload will. So if it's too much clutch and you still have enough preload, the bike's just going to go. And then you can correct that with pulling the clutch in, rear brake. So in exercise number 3, there's almost no such thing as too much clutch. Because as quick as you give it, take it back. Right? You just need the bike to stand up because you felt it falling. 2 to 1. Wow, that sounds familiar, right? So when I was doing the example over there, guys, and I went to move the bike and you saw me doing this, that's trust and believe. I'm waiting to feel falling and I'm addressing it. Brake, brake, brake. I'm not using the clutch there. I'm just using the brake, keeping my clutch where it is. But it's the same thing. And then when you saw me go to turn, I let the bike fall and then I caught it with the clutch. That's not really a drop catch because my feet were already up. But all of that, this is what I mean when I say, if I go to make a turn, like when you guys do this is exercise number 4. Right turns, left turns from a stop. When you go to make this turn, a lot of you guys have never made a turn 90 degrees, right? And so when you go to make this turn, the first thing you're going to feel is falling. Your first reaction is going to be push-ups, right? You're going to put your leg down, your foot down. But that's why we do 3 before 4, 2 before 3, and so on and so forth. And so that's why when we leave here today, guys, before we even get to anything else, I'm going to tell you, here's what I want you to practice. 1, 2, and 3, and get good at it. Because if you get good at it, what are we getting good at in those exercises? Trusting. And if we get good at that, the rest of the stuff is easy. Remember, I told you guys in the beginning, yeah, I call this an advanced course, but I only call it advanced because so many people don't know how to do it. It may as well be advanced. What else did I promise you? We're going straight, we're making right turns, left turns, and U-turns. That's it. What else did I tell you? If it's a more advanced private or practice session or whatever you do, it's always the same techniques. It's not like when I got into motor school, they said, okay, congratulations. Now we're going to open up the briefcase and we're going to these new techniques. Only you guys, no. It's the same stuff no matter how advanced it is. So the advancement, like I said, is just people adding stuff like me doing the lorry, no brakes, blindfolded. I'm kidding. I'm not going to make it do it that way. But other than that, this is simple stuff. Again, I'm not minimizing what you're feeling, but I'm letting you know 1, 2, and 3, get good at that. And then we're going to come here, guys. Now, I already told you this is my highest failure rate. This is the first exercise where we're gonna start turning. The first 3, we're not turning, we're not leaning. 4, we're turning, but we're still not leaning. Who loves riding on gravel? Who likes it? Okay, that's what this exercise is. This is the gravel road. I don't want you leaning in here at all. So in order to make this turn without leaning, 2 miles per hour is the fastest you should be going. And head and eyes and turn, rear brake. Now, Lori, I'm gonna have her do it with no brake initially. And she's gonna kill it like she normally does. The key here, guys, is I say gravel road because the reason you fear gravel is because you fear all of this. But again, once you get this and you understand what keeps the bike up at slow speeds, sufficient power on the rear wheel. So I don't give a shit what I'm riding on, gravel, asphalt. I already know that motorcycle riders, on a whole, they want the ground smooth, straight, dry, sunny, everything. I want everything perfect so I don't feel anything. And so when you guys opened your clutch a little quick and you felt that, you didn't like that. Again, I don't mind if I feel that because I know I'm covering the rear brake. So as soon as it does it, boom. The only way that's really going to affect me is if for some reason, I'm not holding on to the handlebars and it throws me off the bike. That ain't going to happen. And for most of you, you got a backrest. You ain't going nowhere. You'll be all right, right? So in this exercise, guys, on the approach, because what's your strength? Right turns or left turns?
Say left turn.
Left turns.
Probably left.
Probably left. Left?
Probably left.
Left?
Right.
Right?
Left on this bike.
Left on this bike. Okay. Mike? Left. Most people are left. But most people are answering for U-turns. Sometimes, more times than not, it's the opposite in here. I still don't know why. So we're going to start left since the majority rules. As you guys are approaching this turn, again, you can be wherever you want to be. Unless your name's Lori. She's going to be on the inside to make this left turn. That's where you want to get everything together. Preload. I like the way it sounds. Keep it there. Clutch. What stage am I in? 1, 2. Shouldn't be any higher. Wherever you are, stay there. Rear brake. If you're going to use it, light pressure. So as you're approaching, if you want to gauge that pressure, come off of it. If the bike does this, too much clutch, right? Make the adjustments. It's when it's time to turn that it all falls apart. Remember, I showed you guys me making a turn straight up. What am I doing? Clutch, staying where it is. Preload, listen to it, staying where it is. And I'm just using the brake. So that's all you guys need to do. So let me ask you this. Come over here, guys. I want you to walk in here and feel this turn. I don't want you to just experience, come in. I don't want you to just experience it when you're riding through it. This is where you're turning. Is this tight for any of yous? New York talk. Yeah, okay, the laugh is the answer. Okay, I want you to keep in mind, I wouldn't ask Lori to do this from the inside if this was impossible. You guys could be over here, it doesn't matter. But the more we practice this, the more you're gonna realize you're not pulling a trailer, you're not driving a truck, it's a motorcycle. Plenty of space. I mean, I can be here and make this turn. You could be here and make this turn, but that's not necessary. The point is, at a certain point, we're gonna do this going straight through, then I'm gonna have you do it from a stop. And I'm gonna allow you to stop anywhere in this chute, wherever you wanna be. This is not a competition. I need you to be comfortable as you can be. And then you're gonna make the turn, and then lastly, you're gonna stop, make the turn, and stop. But at some point, guys, I'm gonna need you to be comfortable doing it from here. Because when you're riding out in the real world, sometimes you get to an intersection, mostly in the city, where you can't be, you're not gonna have the luxury to do it from here because you can't see around that car park right there. So you're gonna need to be comfortable here. The point of all of this, guys, well, one of the main points is, I need things out there. Remember I told you the less you know, the more you worry. I need things out there to just be nothing to you. You just do it because you have the confidence to do it because you know you can do it. Turning your motorcycle left or right or making a U-turn should not be a uh-oh moment for you. It shouldn't be. But it is for most motorcycle riders. That's why I tell people, you don't got to feel bad about it. You're in the main club, right? I'm in the 2% club. I don't like the way that sounds. Anyway, so when you go to make this turn, guys, take one step to the right. Okay, good. When you go to make this turn, this is where people lose it. Head and eyes handlebars. This does not require a full lock turn. All right? Start turning the bars early enough so you don't have to turn them fully, but not so early that your saddlebag is hitting this cone. If I go to make this turn, Eric, I'm gonna ask you this question. No, you know what, Frank, I'm gonna ask you. I go to make this turn, and I feel the bike starting to fall inward. How do I correct that? Oh, hi, Frankie.
Let out.
What do you say?
From 1 to 2.
So from 1 to 2, yes. Or if I already set my clutch approaching,
Then left
I can just
brake.
come off the brake, right? Boom. But when I come off the brake, I got to go back on. If I use the clutch 2, I got to go back to 1. Because if I just go 2, because what does it always want to do with power?
Stand up and go straight.
And that's what most motorcycle riders do. That's why the turn is so wide. How many times do I see a motor, because this is actually supposed to be the double yellow line. And how many times do I see motorcycle riders go past that line? Yeah, exactly. Because too much clutch. So now that you know, when you open that clutch and the bike starts to move, pull it in a little bit or rear brake. As soon as you do that, you're going to feel your bars go like this. Check out Motorcycling with Lori. That's Lori's YouTube channel. She actually has a real life scenario where she's riding. And Mike, whoever edited it, did a perfect job on it. They have her, she goes past the line, and then there's a car coming. Now, it's not coming at the same time, but it was edited in to show you that that's what could happen, right? And usually, think about this. We make mistakes when we're calm. Well, I can't say calm because you're not calm. That's why it's, but imagine in a real state of, uh-oh. You really think you're going to react the way you think? No. So if you can't do it calm, chances are it's going to be worse when it's a stressful situation. That's why we need to practice this stuff. And you guys are going to see.
I got a question.
Go ahead, I got an answer.
You were talking about in a city.
Yes.
An intersection like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm on my bike. I pull up.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I know in my mind, okay, I need to go to full lock right here.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you?
That's what I'm asking.
No, you don't. It's not going to be far from it, but you don't have to be at full lock. Because here's another thing. I'm glad he brought that up. Once we do start coming up here, now other things come into play. Remember I mentioned throw and catch and drop and catch. So here's what happens often. If somebody's sitting here and I tell them I want them to go left, they go this way. We already talked about why that happens. Too much clutch, right? Or they go this way. How the hell is that happening? It's because the left foot's on the ground. And remember, when we're standing still, we're on 2 wheels. So with 0 speed, it definitely wants to fall over. They're picking up their foot like this. So they're throwing the bike to the right. That's why it's going that way. Plus, so you figure, throw the bike to the right plus clutch. Yeah, that's the way it's going to go, right? So if I want to make sure the bike goes that way, what's going to give me a little bit of assistance is a drop catch. He said fall. I like that, but that word's scarier. Yeah, drop catch. Like I used to say in exercise number 3, listen, I used to use the term, wait till you feel falling and let the chips fall where they may. I stopped saying that. It's not proper to say let the chips fall. So here, my left foot's on the ground. With my left foot on the ground, the motorcycle's already slightly leaned to the left. So that's why left turns are easier for people anyway, because everything is going left for the most part. Most of the turns are left. The kickstand's on the left side. The bike is always going to have a tendency to fall which way the handlebars are turned. But if I want to make sure the bike goes that way, when I open up my clutch, I'm going to pick up my foot a little bit earlier so that the bike starts to fall, but I'm going to catch it right away. Again, this is not 2 to 1. This is 2 to 1. It's got to be quick because I don't want the bike to lean. Remember, this is a gravel road. If it leans a little bit, it's going to wash out. So 2-1. But again, 2-1 has to be 1 because again, I need the bike to stand up, but I don't want to overcorrect it. So here's the next question. I'm making this left turn. I'm going very slowly, and my bike is starting, I feel it's starting to fall to the right. How do I correct that? Everybody gets 2 seconds.
Let off the brake.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just getting everybody's answer.
Or brake. Less brake. Pull in the clutch.
Yeah.
I was going to say pull in the clutch. Yeah.
Pull in the clutch or more brake. Because if I feel the bike going this way, it's trying to stand up. It means I have too much power. Remember, I told you I'm going very slowly. It doesn't take a lot for things to happen. So as soon as I feel that, clutch in or brake. But as soon as it corrects, clutch open or off brake because I don't need to fall this way. So this is the equivalent of being on a tightrope. If I'm on a tightrope and I feel my balance bringing me to the right, if I overcorrect it, now it's on the left. I just need to correct it enough to get me in the middle. And that's why I want to stay. That's where you want to be on your bike, and your clutch is determining that. So hold it. I feel falling. 2, 1. I feel it going this way. 1, 2. You know, whatever you got to do. Okay? Picking up what I'm putting down. All right. Yes. So we're going to do this. Now, if you guys come through here without stopping, if you don't do that successfully, the next time you come through, I'm not going to have you stop. I'm just going to tell you to go straight through, right? Because I need you to get good at that before you start doing the other stuff. Then we're going to do it going right. Any questions about any of that?
So we don't
Yes.
stop. No stop.
That's right, no stop until I tell you to stop. And again, if you don't do it successfully, then I'll say, okay, don't stop, just go right through. Remember, 0 lean, 0 lean, straight up. This is what separates the bosses from the non-bosses, right? Making these turns straight up. It takes way more skill to ride a motorcycle straight up at slow speeds than anything leaning. Why? Because when you're leaning, what do you have?
Speed.
And what does speed give you? Assistance. All right, demo. Now, when we started to do the last exercise, I was like, all right, Eric, what did that when you guys were ready to go, what are we doing again? Exercise number 1, smooth start, smooth stops. Eric starts with both his feet like this. So I always say, I can tell from 100 yards away if you're following the first 5 steps. What's step number 2? Cover the rear brake. So if both your feet are on the ground, I know you're not doing that. Remember, if it's a short distance, you need to be on the brake more than ever because as soon as you start, you're braking, right? All right. First gear, covering the rear brake, preload. 2, 1. Rear brake, head and eyes. Hold the turn, 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 hold the turn. Trust and believe. Where you going, man? You running away?
Yeah. Just get out of the way.
Then we're going to do it from a stop, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. See, it's always relevant. From a stop, nothing changes. 2, 1, rear brake. Head and eyes. 2, 1, rear brake. Hold the turn. Right in the middle. That's where you want to be. You want to be right in the middle. And then last, we're going to do it from a stop. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Nah, I didn't like that stop. Stop here, smooth stop there. Head and eyes. Hold the turn. Listen to the preload. Straighten out. Smooth stop. And then we do the same thing going left. I normally don't put my my signal lights on this bike because all of the bulbs are incandescent. Protest. Okay, any questions? You look ready to go home. All right, let's do it. Hold up. I'm sorry. Listen, guys. Guys, when you make this turn, hold the turns. Now, I already know motorcycle riders don't like turning. So if I get you to turn, you want to get out of it as soon as possible. So that's going to make the difference between that turn being in the middle or being out here. Hold the turn. If you see that you're going to go outside of this, stay the course. Don't put your feet down. That's the main thing I don't want to see in here. Don't put your feet down. I don't care if you hit a cone out here. I just don't want you staring at them, right? Head and eyes. Turn your head and your eyes. My camera's going to be there. Look at my camera. Go to it. Don't hit it. Don't go right to it. But you know, look at it. Go to it. But when you make those turns, hold it. Hold it. If you're right in the middle, it's going to show up on the screen. It's going to say right in the middle. Okay. All right? We're good. Move the camera. Head and eyes. Beautiful. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Cover the brake. All right, let's do it. Reload. Good. 2, 2, 1. Rear brake. Head and eyes. Keep it loaded. Throttle's low. You're good. You're good. You're good. You didn't put a foot down. That's all I care. Clutch. 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 Good. Head and eyes. All right, stop, stop, stop. Well, it only fell because you dropped it with the handlebars. I mean, you stopped it with the handlebars. That's the only reason it fell. But as you're coming up, your preload's too low, and you pull the clutch in. Right? We gotta make sure we listen to that preload and keep it elevated, because otherwise it's gonna stall while you're doing something turning. Going straight, not a huge deal. All right? Okay, keep going, because I want you to have as much space as you need. You good back there? I want you to have as much. Go back some more. I want you to have as much space as you need to get everything together before you even think about turning. So, preload the throttle, listen to what it sounds like. 2 to 1, and get everything where it needs to be and hold it there. Head and eyes, turn the handlebars, rear brake. Nice and easy. A little bit more clutch, rear brake. Start turning, head and eyes. You're looking down the whole time. Good job, man, good job. Good job. Beautiful. Head and eyes. Don't speed up, Hold that turn. Good job, man. Head nice. Okay. Keep it loaded. Cover that brake, good. 2 to 1. Good, keep it slow, keep the clutch where it is. Rear brake. Too much speed. But not bad. Too much speed though. Now you can do whatever you want. You can use the rear brake, but I want you to go as slow as ever. Good. Go, hold that turn, right in the middle. Beautiful, Lori. Beautiful. Don't worry about her, man.
Killing me.
Yeah, right now, you just got to turn that bike and feel comfortable. Don't worry about it. Remember, as you're approaching, keep the clutch where it is. Just use the rear brake, turn the handlebars, use the rear brake. You feel anything? Come off the brake a little bit. Preload. Clutch. Good, rear brake. Drag it. Keep the clutch where it is. See you pulling the clutch in. I'm watching your hand pull the clutch in. Back up.
I want to pull it in.
Just keep it where it is and use the rear brake. And remember, you're dragging the brake. Okay, go back some more. So once you open your clutch, I shouldn't see it come in. If anything, you can open it a little bit more. But once you do that, I still shouldn't see it come in. Keep it there, wherever it is. Use the brake. Good. 2. Rear brake. Keep the clutch where it is. Whoa. You went to 3. You heard it going. It's fighting. As soon as you started pressing the brake, if you hear that, it's too much clutch. Remember, we're not trying to go fast. We're just trying to get sufficient power so we stay up. Preload. Clutch. 2, 1. Start turning. Clutch. Good. Slow down a little bit. Good. Stay at that speed. Keep the clutch where it is. Use the rear brake. Brake. Too much clutch. I told him to keep the clutch where it is, and he started opening it. So straight through. Good. Keep it slow. Start turning. Head nice. Clutch. You're good. Yeah, you had that, man.
I didn't cross the corner.
You did. Slow down. Too much speed. Slow down. Good. Hold that turn. Nice. See, you popped that clutch. That's why that happened. Just use the brake. Smooth stop. Every time you make a turn, Frankie goes, shit. Yeah, you're right, a little. Straight, just a little, just a little. Straight through, straight through, straight through.
Why is it so freaking hard on me?
Day one, it's day one, man. Day one. Good, head and eyes up. Two, pull it in a little bit. Just a little, start turning. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. It's coming, man, it's coming. It's coming. He just said, why is it so hard? No, you're just going. Because last time you just said, I'm going to make my own course. Head and eyes up. Good, good. Rear brake, start turning, keep the throttle loaded. Yeah, too much speed, too much speed. The faster you go, the less, you're not going to want to turn those bars. Smooth stop, hold up. Did you do it successfully? Stop wherever you want. Get that foot up, good. Smooth stop, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Nice. All right, straight through. Good, head nice. Head nice, good, start turning. And right there, he did exercise number 3. He picked his foot up before. Wherever you want to stop. Terrible stop, terrible. I want a smooth stop every time. Don't stop out of speed. All right. Head and eyes on my camera before you turn. 2 to 1. Start turning, head and eyes. See? You're dancing with that clutch. Good job, man, good job. Good job. That's the wrinkled t-shirt if I ever see it. Straight through, straight through. Get that foot up. Keep it loaded, brother. We're going straight through. Foot up, slow down. Start turning, keep the throttle loaded. Hold that to rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Good job, man. There we go. All right, smooth stop, straight up. Do not pass those cones, the outside ones. So in order for her not to pass it, she got to straighten these out quick. Ah, right turn's next. So I made it more difficult. Usually this shoots longer. I made it shorter today, just for Lori. Straight through. Good, good. Rear brake, easy. Start turning, hold that turn. All right, right turn's next.
You gotta remember to keep that throttle.
Yes, keep it loaded, because it's almost stalling almost every time.
Such a hard concept to learn.
All right, preload, just listen to it. Clutch. Clutch, you hear it going down? See how low it is? Too much speed, head and eyes. Too much speed, too much speed. Wherever you want to stop. Smooth stop, friction brake, friction brake. All right, give me another smooth stop over here. Yeah, you've done it all day. Ah! So that's exactly what he did, guys. He picked up his foot, but he pushed off of it. He pushed the bike to the right. That's the way it went. Slow down. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Terrible. Front suspension diving every time. All right, make up for it. Smooth stop after this turn. Now right there, you making that turn, man, your clutch is all over the place. That's why your bike is, but successful U-turn. If it was on gravel, I don't know. Go ahead, nice. Hold that turn. Hold it, straighten out. Slow down. Smooth stop at the end. Good, slow down. Good, good, straighten out. Don't stop at the boss turn. See, you gave up on it. That's why you're facing this way. But listen, that's much better than the first time you went through here, man. Much better. No brakes, Lori. Beautiful! Straight through. Keep it slow. Don't stop. Straight through. Good. Start turning. I think you like rights better than lefts. All right, you ready? If you guys didn't see, Lori was doing open close like a mother. Good. Head nice. Head nice. Yeah, so Lori's making that turn. She's coming towards me. Clutch in. Back out when she feels falling. But small. Can't do it big. Good. Head and eyes. Rear brake. Clutch, clutch. All right, cover the rear brake. 2, 1 brake. 2, 1 brake. Good. Keep it loaded. 2, 2, 1. Clutch, 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 clutch. Now you just let it take a nap. You just laid it down nicely.
Yeah, that was a.
Good. Preload. Follow the first 5 steps. Straight through, straight through. Good speed, rear brake, rear brake. Don't smash at it, you're leaning right there, straight up. Good job though. As soon as I said rear brake, his bike dipped down because he smashed at it. Slow down. See, you weren't even on the rear brake. Start turning. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. You're not giving me any brake. Same thing. It's up to you. Very slow, very slow. I want you to make this turn and almost come to a stop. If not, come to a stop. Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful, Lori. Beautiful. All right. Straight through. Your rights are always looking better. Next time, give me a little bit more rear brake if you need to. Good. 2, 1. Pull it in a little. Start turning. Rear brake. Rear brake. Hold the brake. Just hold it. You had it, man. You had it. So he definitely likes rights better than lefts. Not even a question. Good. Keep it slow. Keep it slow. Too much speed. Rear brake. Rear brake. Rear brake. Rear brake. All right, brother. That foot up. Straight through. Good. Keep it slow. Keep it slow. Clutch, 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 clutch. I think your bike just likes laying down right here. 2 to 1, brake. 2, 2. Good. Brake, brake, brake. Clutch, clutch. Woo! It always wants to go straight. It always wants to go straight. Good speed. Stay at that speed. Stay at that speed. Rear brake, start turning. Keep the clutch where it is. Brake, brake, brake. There you go, right in the middle. We ain't stopping yet, but you're showing off now. Beautiful. You like rights better than lefts too. At least that's the way it appears. Straight through. Keep it slow. Keep it slow. Start turning. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Yeah, if you give me more rear brake, you'd be right in the middle. But it's still good. Smooth stop. I don't even know why you're wasting your time stopping there. You know you're coming up here. All right. Woo, you really went up. Now, this is a drop catch. You're right, this is a throwing catch. Thank you.
This is the one I don't like.
So then why'd you go up so far? Nice, like butter, baby. Straight through, straight through. Good, straight through, straight through. Start turning, rear brake, turn those bars. Rear brake, rear brake. Good job, man, good job. Straight through. Foot up. Good, keep it slow. Drag the brake, drag the brake, drag the brake. Turn it too early. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Nice, nice. So he's starting to turn too early, and again, it's because he doesn't want to turn those handlebars. Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. All right, we didn't fall that time. Terrible stop. All right, right turn. The right turns look good, man. 2 to 1, rear brake. Head nice. Too much speed, too much speed. Well, it wasn't really too much speed. He let the bike fall and didn't catch it. So that wasn't a lean as a result of speed. Terrible stop. But the turns are looking good. Let's do it again. Preload. Clutch, foot up, rear brake, rear brake. Man, you weren't even covering it. Nice, man. You like rights better than lefts. All right, smooth stop without passing those cones. It's not as long as it usually is.
I know, it's short.
Good luck. Love it. Take a break. Because when Lori looked at that and saw that it was shorter, now she has to say to herself, okay, well, what am I going to do here? That's where the options come from, guys. Most people are just trying to get options to make the turn, let alone do that. All right. Straight through, man. You're good. Give me a little bit more rear brake when I was going brake, 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 and you were just like, that's the only reason you were wide, but your rights are definitely better than your lefts. Head nice up. Good. Start turning. Hold that turn. Keep the clutch where it is. Brake, 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 brake. Nice, nice. 10. Take a break, take a break. Foot up. Good. Straight through, straight through. Keep it slow, slow down. Good. Stay slow, stay slow. Start turning. Don't worry about the cones. All right, take a break, take a break. I want you to stop. Oh, no, no. Straight through, straight through. Slow down. Good, slow down. Start turning. Head nice. You're looking straight. You're looking right at those cones. Take a break. Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Now, make up for it. Do it over here. Good. Head nice on my camera. Now, see you leaning. Okay, so the last turn you made, I said too much speed. Correction. What's actually happening is when you turn the handlebars, the bike is starting to fall and you're not addressing it fast enough. That's the only reason it's leaning. Okay. Then you got to add speed to pick up the bike. But other than that, not bad at all, man. Take a break. All right, stops better. Give me another one over here. Good, head nice. Turning way too late, way too late. All right, take a break, man. All right, guys, we're gonna talk about this exercise, of course. It's my highest failure rate for a reason. And then we're gonna do exercise number 5, where we actually are not only gonna be turning, but now we're gonna start leaning and transitioning. So important, especially as it pertains to your comfort level making U-turns. Let's do it. Any questions? Exercise number 4, if you remember, right turns, left turns from a stop. So what I'm going to say, guys, is, like right now, Frankie's handlebar, he's just fighting to turn those damn bars. But he's going to adjust them too. But again, it's not all bars. If you're fighting to turn your handlebars, believe it or not, you have a little too much power. What does it want to do with power?
Stand up, go straight.
And that's what it's trying to do, and you're trying to fight it. And that's why it's like, turn, turn. I promise you, pull the clutch in a little bit. Every time I tell you guys, give me a little bit of something, you give me a lot. But I told you at the beginning, that's what's going to happen today. We only need small movements, but all your movements are going to be big. If I say pull the clutch in a little bit, pull it all the way in, right? The movements are so small. That's all you need. So when you're trying to turn that bike, give me a little bit break. Watch, they're just going to turn naturally because without the power, that's what it wants to do. You're already going in that direction, or at least trying to. When I say a little bit of break, don't smash at it. You did that on one turn.
Yeah.
As soon as I said rear brake, his bike said, right? You're already covering it. And Eric, sometimes Eric's pulling up no brake. I'm like, what do you think you are, Lori? Put your foot on that brake, right? friction, because I need you to be ready before you start turning. That way you got less things to do, right? Some of you guys are getting down on yourselves already. I gave you the speech earlier. I'm going to give it again. Today is day one. You are where you should be based on the work you've done. And right now, the work you've done is today. Because even if you told me I took a course in the past, did you do any of this? No. So this is day one, right? Again, I call it advanced because most people struggle to do it. It's not difficult to do once you know how to do it. So Frankie's looking at Lori. Every time Lori does it, he goes, damn it. I told Lori, inspiring women and checking men's egos every day of the week.
Amen.
But remember, she can't be checking your ego because we left it over there, right? Watch. If you haven't seen it yet, I think, what practice session was it when I put the video of you in the MSF?
I think it was
122? Yeah. If you watch practice session number 122 and I talk about Lori starting, and I have video of her doing her basic rider course, and then after she passes it, her on a Heritage, duck walking the shit out of that bike. Just no head nods, nothing. Right? But the point is, it's not like, when are you having the practice session, Rob? And then that's when she practices. In between practicing and practice, they do their own practice sessions, right? In Sebastian, Florida. Yeah, twice a week. What number are you up to?
78.
Up to 78.
Actually on 85. I
You have
just
people
put out
come.
78.
You have
Look at-
people come to your classes?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're not classes. We just practice.
Yeah.
We just come and practice.
Yeah.
Okay, Wesley came today.
look at that.
You didn't get the message.
Wilson.
I mean,
Wilson. So I say today,
where are you at?
like I said at the beginning when I first started this is a practice session, period. Like I said, there's no pass, there's no fail. This is a practice session. And like I told you guys in the beginning, there's no pressure to do anything. So for instance, this next exercise we're gonna do, this is exercise number 5, the single serpentine. Of course, I want you all to try it. Once we pass this exercise, we get to U-turns and stuff, at a certain point, some of you guys, I might go, I'm advising you to shut it down. If you wanna keep doing it, we're all grown people. Because again, I told you at the beginning, we're about building confidence. If you're not ready to do something, you're not ready, right? I'm not talking about the U-turn, I'm talking about after the U-turn, right? We gotta try the U-turn because when you get on your bike, that's why everybody wants to say, just help me with U-turns. Because it's the thing that's gonna happen the most. But that's because you don't know what you don't know. The way you're stopping is terrible, but you don't know it's terrible because everybody stops like that. But once you know, you can't unknow that. Right? And once you do it smoothly, you watch me stop, you watch Lori stop, and you watch the way some of you stopped. Because some of you did it. I'm like, there it is. Then it went away, right? Because I also can recognize when the bike's balance worked out. That's why I liked your stop so much. It was like this. Because that ain't the bike. You had to make that straighten out to be able to put your foot down smooth. Okay? All right, guys. Exercise number 5, unless nobody questions, no? Single serpentine. Now, guys, you are the first guys to get this while I'm traveling. And what I'm referring to is these extra cones on the outside of the tour cones. Why did I have to add this? Because in a single serpentine, this exercise, like every other exercise, it's not about just getting through the cones. It's how you get through them. So, exercise number 4, that's the first exercise we started turning. Now, this is the first exercise we're going to start leaning. So if I want lean, what do I need from you? I need speed, but I need a little bit more speed, not a lot more, because guess what? We're not getting away from it. I still want you to turn the handlebars, and I don't want you to turn them like this. Turn them. That's why you got extra cones here, because if I give you less space, you're going to try to go through this like this. Everybody tries to do that because you don't want to turn the handlebars. This exercise is to show you, A, I still want you to turn and lean now, and then we have to transition. So, what's the keys to success here? Well, first of all, start wide, stay wide. Now, I used to just put 4 cones here so that you can start wide, because ordinarily when people do this exercise, when they come in, they start like this. And then they start turning right away. So they're hugging all of the cones, clipping them with the saddlebags. That's not teaching you anything. I need you to show this bike who the boss is, and this is where we really are going to start doing that. We're not going to be timid with the bike. Turn it, transition, turn it. But when you turn it, hold the turn. What does holding turns buy you? We up. What does holding turns buy you?
Space and time.
I'm telling you, man, he's on it. Did anybody else know that?
He watches the
You guys got homework tonight. I'm telling you right now, you got homework. Holding turns buys you space and time. As a matter of fact, what I want you guys to watch tonight, I do want you to watch a practice session video, but forget about that. I want you to watch the playlist called New to the Channel, Start Here. There's 15 videos in that playlist. Watch them. That's your homework. You don't have to finish it tonight. Although some people do, because once you get in it, it's like, next. I want to see the next thing. Holding turns buys you space and time. So when you make this turn, guys, if you come in here and make this turn and you don't hold it and you just start the next one, here's where you're going to be. But that's why I put a cone there. So what I want you to do is, well, first of all, what I want you to do is, as you guys approach, when you pass these cones, see the direction my bike is facing? That's starting wide. My bike is not going to get in that angle if I'm here. So I got to start wide. But as soon as you get here, guys, do not passively dip this bike into this turn. Dip it and hold it and then transition and hold it. And why am I telling you to not be passive with that? Because a passive dip, A, it's wasting space, but B, it's still you being conservative. Dip the bike and hold it. And the other important thing about this is the dip that I'm asking you to do, that most of you aren't going to give me, that's the same dip that I'm going to want from you in your U-turn. And this is why people's U-turns are so wide, because that first initial commitment to a handlebar turn and a lean, nobody's comfortable with it, so they do this. And that's why the turn is so wide, right? So this is where we're going to start getting comfortable, showing this bike with the bosses. Dip it, hold the turn. Transition. So if I transition out here, look at all this space. Also, when I come back this way, see how close I am to this cone? I want to be closer to this cone than I am to that cone. That's why I'm so close to that cone when I start it. If I'm right on top of this cone, this is going to start tightening up on me. I can still fix that. How do I fix that? How do I fix that? How do I? Brake, yes. You like that answer?
I'm thinking I got to go into my clutch.
Go into it. I don't know what that means.
One.
You got to go into one. Well, what are you in before you go into one? What stage are you in?
Stage 2.
And you need to go into a 1.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna say clutch.
What about the clutch?
I'm gonna say you want to probably go into a 2.
So you want to go faster?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little more brake to
Okay.
make the lean wider. Lean?
Lean. We're already leaning. If I put all this shit together, I get the right answer, right? So yes, we need to slow down and we need to hold the next turn. So opening the clutch, we don't want to do that because we're already right on top of it. We need to slow down and then hold the next turn longer. That puts us back on track, okay? All right, head and eyes, guys, straight ahead. Don't look, shit, I put more cones out here. Now you're gonna be obsessed. Head and eyes straight ahead. You can see all of the cones just by looking straight ahead. And we're gonna counterbalance our bodies. Keep your body straight up and down, just let the bike lean under you. Now, if you're going too slow in here, which I'm almost guaranteeing some of you are gonna do, your bike's gonna be straight up. You can't lean without the speed. If you're going too fast, you can't turn the handlebars. So, we gotta find a happy median. Boom, boom. Now, I do this brakeless. For me, it's easier to do this brakeless than other stuff because A, I'm going kind of in a straight line, but because I'm holding those turns so long, the next turn is not right up on me right away. When you do slight turns, you got to do everything quick because everything's right is happening quick. But space and time, that's what that's buying me. Space and time. Clearly, this is slower than this, right? So that's what I'm doing. Holding the turns, holding the turns. Questions? Demo. Actually, I'm gonna go around so I can do it from the start. I want you to see the first dip. I don't need a whole lot of speed, but not too much speed. Dip it in. Hold the turns. Head and eyes, straight ahead. No brake here, no brake, because I don't need it. But if I need it, just a quick adjustment. That's all I need, quick adjustment. All right? All right, let's do it. Fluidity, that's what we're looking for. Fluidity. Ah, you're tapping cones, Lori. You're tapping cones. Cover the brake. Cover the brake. Got to follow those first 5 steps, Eric. Keep the speed up. Keep the speed up. There we go. Yeah, Eric's a throttle blipper.
I'm having more and more problems with that bike starting wrong.
It's starting wrong?
You know, it won't.
Dip it in, rear brake. Stop, stop, stop. Good, dip it in, head and eye, straight ahead. Dip it in, transition, good. Hold that turn, transition. Yeah, I'm gonna make you start wide and stay wide. You guys costing me money, but it's well worth it. Start wide, stay wide. Dip it in? Well, no, that's too wide. Good, transition. Ah, those right turns, those right turns. Yeah, it don't matter, it don't matter, it don't matter. It doesn't matter. Look at this showing off. Look at this. Well, no, she's not showing off. See what I mean about options, guys? I told Lori, no, I want you to start from the other side. She was like, oh, okay, no problem. Nice, Lori. Let's go, Eric. Cover that rear brake. Cover that rear brake. Still not covering the rear brake. Good, a little bit more speed, dip it in. See, you got no dip. You're going too slow, you're going too slow. You can't lean going that slow. Too slow. And I knew it's gonna catch up. So now that next one ain't gonna happen. You have to lean the bike here, guys. This is about turning, leaning, and transitioning. Dip it in. Transition. Too much speed. Good. Transition. Yeah, he's getting really upset with himself, and he shouldn't. This is day 1. Stop. 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 Look at the angle he's at. And this is what you guys are doing. But what did I do? I approached from here. So that I have to dip the bike. You don't got to dip the bike if you're coming in from this angle. Guys, stop cheating. I know you don't want to turn the handlebars, but you're doing it wrong right from the start. Dip the bike. So I want you coming straight. That's why I like lines on the ground, so I can kind of tell you, don't go outside of these lines. This is what I mean. If I don't give you any boundaries, shit, you're going to go all the way out there. Come straight, and I want you to dip the bike in, guys, all right? Eric, too slow. That's why you can't lean. And same thing here. So I knew the last one was going to catch you. You got to be able to transition and be patient with yourself. Be patient. Day 1. You're still too far out.
Where do you want me to come in from?
Right here. You should, because every other cone that you go through, you're not going to be out that far. I want you to start how you're going to end. All right? Good. Come on, come on. Dip it in. Good. Transition. Keep the speed up. Transition. Easy with that brake. All right, something to work on. The goal here, guys, is to do this with fluidity. You don't have to do a lot of big changes in here. Like if you're going too fast, once you correct it, then you should be good. You shouldn't have to keep making corrections. Transition, good, hold that. Transition. Good, transition. See right there, he's straight up. The last one's a lean, it's a nice dip. Dip it in, there you go. Then dip the next one, hold it, good, dip it, hold it. dip it, hold it, dip it, hold it, dip it, hold it. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Eric is still picking 2 feet up when he starts. Dip it in. See, that's not a dip. That's a lazy turn. Transition, dip it. Dip it. Transition, dip it. Transition, dip it. There you go, Eric. Dip it in. See, he's real far from the first cone, so this is going to be tight. Now it's going to get tighter. Yeah. Transitions. Watch your speed. Watch your speed. Too much speed. Dip it. A little bit more speed. Dip it. Transition. Yeah, so he's going out too wide. Dip it. Transition. Hold that turn. Too much. Yeah. Transition. Lori, don't sit there. Don't sit there. Good. Dip it in. Transition. Hold that turn. Transition. Hold that turn. Transition. Hold that turn. Transition. Hold that turn. Transition. Throw it in there. Get it in there. Ah. All right. Over here, then, Frankie. Frankie. Dip it in. That's not a dip. Transition. Nope. Coming out of turn too early. There we go. Transition. Nope. 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 All right. Next exercise. Dip it in. Transition. Good. Hold that turn. Transition. Hold that turn. Transition. Hold that turn, transition. One more, baby, one more. Get it in there. There you go. There you go. Dip it in. Slow it down, slow it down. Good. Transition. Transition. Watch your speed. Good. Transition, clutch, clutch, clutch.
I'm done.
You all right, man?
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're gonna move on to exercise number 6, the infamous U-turn. Let's do it. Any questions, exercise number 5? Every time you start, Eric, 2 feet up. I told you, hard, old habits die hard. Not following the first 5 steps. Cover that rear brake. Get in the habit of doing it because a lot of times you're gonna be using it. Right? A lot of times you're going to be using this. Something that wasn't an option before, now it is. Other things that used to be, now I don't have to do that shit anymore. That's the goal. All right? That's the goal. What I will say is, this is why I added those extra cones. Because if I left it the way I normally had it, some of you may have made it, but you're making it by barely turning. Right. And again, it's not just about that. It's not just about getting through it. I look back, oh, I didn't hit anything. Yeah, but you're like this. No, I need you to get loose. Now you look at Lori do it. What we're looking for is fluidity. Right now, it's like, that's fine. I told you, that's what I'm expecting. The last time you made it through, great. You made it through, and you made it through, but your bike is at the point where it's straight up because you're going so slow. And then when you came through, you're going too fast. But you corrected it, that's fine. But the other issue is you're not turning these bars and leaning the bike. Again, it's not extreme unless you make it extreme. It's just about being fluid. So if I have to make a correction, let's suppose I'm going too fast. If I correct my speed, then that should be good again. I shouldn't have to keep making corrections. But if I do, they're still small. Right now, like I told you guys in the beginning, everything you do is gonna be big. That's okay, right? That's why you practice this, right? And practice it and practice it. Because I will tell you, if you struggle doing a single serpentine, you're a dangerous motorcycle rider. Because when you get out there in the real world, if you have to swerve, now you can't go like this at 50 miles per hour. But, who here practices not, let me just ask the question. Who practices emergency braking? Exactly. I appreciate your candor. Because just throwing on the brakes, that's not practicing it, right? Oh crap braking, that's what I call that. But no, emergency braking. So again, if you don't practice emergency braking, again, people think I know what I'm gonna do. Front brake, rear brake, downshifting, right? Downshifting is important. If you don't know how to ride like this, downshifting is not that important. Because I'm downshifting because if I am fortunate enough to stop in time and not hit what's in front of me, anytime I stop short, car or motorcycle, check my mirrors. If the car behind me is not stopping, I got to get the hell out of there. If I'm in a car, I'm pretty much trapped. But on a motorcycle, I can dip the bike and go between the cars. But if I don't know how to ride like this, that's not even an option for me. So because it's not an option, I'm not going to think to do it. And so if I'm riding and I'm 50 miles per hour, I know I can't turn like this, but if I'm braking, I know for a fact I don't have enough space. I need to get the bike down to a speed where I can do this. But if I don't practice this, I'm not going to have the presence of mind to do that. I'm just going to squeeze and hope for the best. That's what most people do. So practice the shit out of that. You need to be fluid with this bike and let it know, because that's easier than that. Because like I said, anything with speed is easier. So it's not all on you. But anyway, that's what that's about, okay? I need you to dip the bike in that first turn. And some of you guys, when you pulled up, you just, no. Dip it, okay? All right.
What's the difference between the three cone on the course?
It makes it wider.
No. What's the
Oh, 15 feet.
15?
Yeah, it's the same thing we did when we first started. 15 feet. All right. But you know what? When you start this, if you want to move it to 18 feet, move it to 18 feet. You know, it's about getting confident and comfortable, and then you can start moving it in. Because the bonus exercise right here, those cones, those are 10 feet apart, if we even get to that. You know, so we got to keep it real. Me and Lori will do it. All right, actually, get Mike out here and do it, because Mike's been AWOL a little while. He's behind the camera now. All right, guys, any more questions on that? This is exercise number 6, the infamous use. Hold up, before I even talk about this, why'd that bike fall?
Because I let off my throttle.
You think that's why?
I thought so.
No, this time it's your clutch. Remember, what keeps the bike up?
Power to the back wheel.
Sufficient power, right? So you're doing the single serpentine, you have sufficient power. Then you start going right, and you just keep going right. So if you added throttle, that wasn't going to do shit. Clutch. You didn't have enough clutch. And that's why I was telling Eric and somebody else, not in this exercise number 4. Oh, I'm sorry, it was you. He's making the turn, and I see him leaning. So the first thing I said is he's going too fast. But it wasn't because he was going too fast. When he made the turn, his bike started falling. And he didn't address it as soon as he felt it. So it's in the lean. Now he catches it. So now he's in the lean. That's the only reason he's leaning. So for me to see that there, I love it. If that's gravel, he's on his ass, right? Address it as soon as you feel it. That's how we keep the bike true, okay? So yeah, what happened to you is the bike is started, and that happens to a bunch of people. It happened to me years ago. The bike's going, and it's almost like I'm locked. I see it going, it's like it's happening in slow motion. Open the clutch, Robert. Boom. That's what happened there. You froze up. You feel falling, clutch. That's what exercise number 3 is all about, to get your brain. If I feel that, that's the answer. Hold up. Oh,
He clutched out of it.
yeah, he left. Damn, I meant to talk about him riding his motorcycle like a damn mechanical bull. Because he was ready to put his foot down, but he opened up the clutch. So the bike took him. Does that look familiar? That happened to her husband. Not like that, but the bike grabbed him and took him. So then he just put his hands, because he had let go of the handlebars, but he's got a backrest. He put his hands back on the handlebars. If that don't show you that power, it always wants to go straight, because that wasn't his intention. But the bike, if it's got power, that's what it wants to do. How can I forget about that? Woo! Okay,
That wasn't on
I did get it on video.
Did you get it? Because
Well-
it looked like he was past the video and all that was going
Yeah, you're right. He may have been. Well, either way, my reaction's on video. I was like, yeah! I said trust and believe it. Really, he's really leaving because he soiled himself. I know he did. Because I would have.
I asked him if he needed a break after that. No shame.
I would have needed one. Holy crap. All right, guys, exercise number 6. This is the infamous U-turn. 27 feet. That's what we're dealing with here. You guys don't worry about that. Matter of fact, if Lori wasn't here, I would pick it up. It doesn't even need to be there. But that's 18 feet or less. If anybody wanted to try that, but that's going to just be Lori, and she's going to do it brakeless. For the rest of you guys, this is where you're going to make your U-turns. 27 feet, which is plenty. But I want 24 feet from you. 24 feet is a country road, usually. Sometimes a little bit less, sometimes a little bit more. But 24 feet is what I really want from you. If I get 27, I'm happy. What's the key to a 27-foot U-turn? As you're approaching, preload. Like the way it sounds? keep it there. Clutch, whatever stage I'm in that's allowing me to go to a speed that's appropriate, keep it there. I may even make it a little bit more so I can give it a little bit of correction with the rear brake. Drag it. What comes first, head and eyes or handlebars?
Head and eyes.
Anybody disagree with that? Yes. Head and eyes, handlebars. You turn your head and your eyes, what are you looking at?
Where I'm going.
No, where you want to go. That's what everybody's doing here. Everybody's looking where they're going.
Where I want to go.
Yeah, so if you're making this U-turn, what are you looking at?
Over here, where I want to go.
I want you to look at my camera because that's where you want to go. You don't want to go there. You want to go there, right? If you look there, that's where you're going to go, right? Usually. Now, anybody have any issues with the dexterity of their neck? Good. So when you turn your head and your eyes, it doesn't have to exactly be my camera. That's what I want, that direction, right? Head and eyes. Handlebars. When you turn your handlebars, commit to the handlebar turn and the lean right away. There's your 24 feet. We talked about how many feet can a touring Harley-Davidson motorcycle make standing up?
18.
All right, so I want 24 from you, and I'm allowing you to lean. Head and eyes, and don't turn like this. Head and eyes. See my shoulder? Head and eyes. Handlebars. So I'm going to commit to it right away. Just like I asked you to dip the bike right there. Head and eyes, dip it, and hold the turn. This is where people start changing stuff. Don't change it. If it's working, it's working. Hold it, hold it. I'm always waiting for the report though. If I feel falling, come off the brake a little bit. Hold it, hold it. Now what people do is they start coming out early because I don't want to hold it anymore. And that's what puts them wide. Hold the turn, guys. When you finish your U-turn, I want your bike facing that way. I don't want it facing this way. I don't want it facing, I want it straight. That's full control. I don't want you coming in here and coasting through a U-turn either. I want the friction zone pulling you through it, right? So that's the key, guys. I'm standing right here. I'm going to be right here in the middle. I'm watching you make your U-turn. I'm looking at the light under your bike. Head and eyes, handlebars. Here's what I normally see. Here's the light. Head and eyes, handlebars. And then when it gets here, now you lean because you're not committing right away. Now, as I say this to you, probably all of you are going to do it because that reluctancy to lean, that's why we got to get good at that first. We got to get comfortable. Most of you guys were going through there. When it's time to lean the other way, it's like, I don't know, right? That's showing you what side you're more comfortable leaning. So when I say, what's your strength? That's what you're talking about while the bike is moving like that, not that, okay? Head and eyes, handlebars, dip the bike. Again, nothing extreme. If you commit to it right away, I don't need as much from you. If you wait longer, now you got to give me more. So if you feel like this is not about full lock, it's not about dragging boards, it's just about committing right away. Okay, we're going to do this 3 times on one side, allegedly, 3 times on the other, allegedly. And so what I'm referring to is if you struggle to make the U-turn, I'm just going to have you, next time you come, do it again. But if you do it, the next time when I ask you to stop, you're going to come to a smooth stop. Don't glide into it. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Bing, that's what I want. Then make the U-turn. And then lastly, stop, make the U-turn, smooth stop. Then we're going to do the same thing going right. We're good? Demo. First gear, Eric, cover the rear brake. Preload, clutch, foot up. This speed's good, head and eyes, handlebars. Hold the car, hold it. 24 feet, easy. Head and eyes, commit. I'm not doing this and then committing. As soon as I turn my head and my eyes, handlebars, commit. Hold it. 24 feet, easy. Coming to a stop, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop. Do it from a stop. Nothing changes. You can go straight first. That's fine. You can, not Lori. Commit. Hold the turn. Friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop. Then we're going to do a stop. Make the U-turn and stop. Friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop. So I know, let me show you guys something. Hold on. Frankie, how fast am I going? Friction brake, friction brake. How fast am I going?
5, maybe 10.
That's a big difference. Give me a number.
10.
Okay.
8.
5.
5. How fast am I going?
Under 10.
Yeah. Yes, under 10. I'm going about 7 to 8 miles per hour. 5 is too slow. If I go slow, the only reason I'm showing you that is I don't want you to do anything extreme in here. That's extreme. Full lock, you hear stuff dragging. But even at that extreme, I can go 7 miles per hour and the bike won't fall. You guys can go faster than that. You can go 11, you can go 12, right? Don't be going so slow that you can't lean. And that's what happens. People start going real slow and then, of course you don't want to lean. You can't. It's going to fall right over. But don't be going too fast either. We'll address that as it comes. Anybody have any questions? All right. Lori? Again, Lori's going to be in the 18-foot box, and when we do it from a stop, she's going to do it in that box. She's going to do it with me standing right in front of her. So she's going to have to start like this. She's doing a drop and catch and a throw and catch from the right, but she's doing the drop and catch. I'm going to get closer to her because Lori sometimes lets the bike roll a little bit forward. I don't want her to do that. I want her to just drop right into it and catch it. All right, let's do it. All right, Lori, we're going to start going right, brakeless. Good pickup, guys. Did you see that? I don't know if you saw it or heard it, but when she felt falling, you heard her RPMs go up. Clutch. And she's doing that without the brake too, by the way, guys. Good, keep your speed up, head nice, handlebars, commit. Good, head and nice. Yeah, you gotta turn those bars more. Good, head and nice, commit. See, barely turning the handlebars. And now you wanna turn them, see? Happens all the time. Barely turning those bars. Good, head and eyes. Where you looking? You looking over there? That's where you're going. Yeah, that's what I wanted from the start, right there. Very nice. Commit, turn those bars, turn them. See how you barely turn? Now you turn, clutch. Get that foot up, you don't need it. You don't need it, brother. He was good. It's the whole thing about not committing. I told him from the start, watch, this is what's gonna happen. You're not gonna commit. Good, head and eyes on me, turn it, turn it. Yeah, you're not turning, you're straightening back up. Good, head and eyes on me. There we go. See? Straighten it out, straighten it out. That's 10. That's okay. Straight through. Nice. Straight through, straight through. Give me that turn right away. Turn those bars, rear brake. Yeah, you're looking at these cones too. Yep. Clutch, that's another 10. Yep. All right. Good, head and eyes, commit. Turn the bars, turn them. Too much speed. There we go. There we go, shave it off. That's what I want from the start. Right there. Good, head and eyes, commit, turn it, now hold it. Tuck that elbow in. Yeah, you don't like those right turns. Then you get right there and you do the clutch, 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 clutch.
I'll walk well.
Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. All right, smooth stop. Nice stop. That's 10, Lori. I stood a little closer to Lori so she wouldn't let that bike roll a little bit forward, and that kind of messed with her. Good, commit. Turn them, turn them. Yeah, you're not turning. You're gliding. Turn those bars, brother. Head and eye, turn them, turn it. Turn it, turn it. Yeah, too much speed too, you're picking up speed. Good, head and eyes, commit, turn those bars, turn it. Yeah, you don't like that at all, man. Yeah, he doesn't like that at all. No brake. Nice correction, nice. Straight through. All right, everybody said left. Let's see what we get. Slow down, slow down. Head nice. Commit, keep it loaded. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Yeah, you had it, man. Good, keep the speed. Head and eyes on me. Handlebars, rear brake, rear brake. There we go. So we know he likes left better than right. Not even a question. Commit, hold the turn, hold the turn. Nice. You like left better than right. Exactly. Straight through. There we go. Lori said it's like she forgets her fundamentals. When I stood in front of her, she was looking at me instead of looking at the camera. Head and eyes, commit, turn the bars, hold that brake. Brake, 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 brake. There we go. There we go. Like I told you, when people say I like left better than right, they're talking about U-turns. Head and eyes, commit. Hold that turn, clutch, rear brake, rear brake. Beautiful U-turn. Beautiful U-turn. Good. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. Good job, man. Good job. All right. I want you to drop, make the U-turn, come back over here, smooth stop. Straighten out, friction brake, friction brake. Good job. Ah, stop it. Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake. I'm telling you to stop.
I'm going for my U-turn. I'm sorry.
You're good, you're good. Nothing's different here. Go straight first and make the same U-turn. Head and eyes, keep the clutch open, drag the rear brake. Good. Throw it over. Head and eyes up, get that foot up, hold the turn, rear brake, rear brake. There we go. Smooth stop, friction brake, friction brake. Oh my God. All right, U-turn. Everything's the same. Your U-turns are beautiful on the left. Beautiful. Kind of sped up right there. That's what put him out wide. Smooth stop, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. That's better. All right, U-turn straight through. Everything's the same. Don't change anything. Good. Head and eyes, commit. Yeah, you're letting the bike glide. Friction zone. Smooth stop, friction brake, too much speed, too much speed. Yeah, too much speed. I don't want you gliding into it. I want you to friction brake into it. All right, U-turn. Commit, turn the bars, rear brake, rear brake. Hold that turn. There you go. There you go. What was the difference? He slowed down. can't turn those bars if you're going that fast. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. See, I don't hear any preload, nothing. So, all right, smooth stop over here. Good, head nice. Hold that turn, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Straighten out. Yeah, beautiful. See how you're kind of facing that way? Like the last U-turn you made is beautiful. As soon as you get over there, you start opening you start getting out of the turn. That's why it's wide. That's why it made you hold it, because I wanted you right here. But still, it's a beautiful, this is 24 feet. Actually, probably 23. Excellent job. Take a break, man. Excellent job. Holding turns, what does it buy you guys? Space and time, so that was the only thing missing. Good, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Nah, first thing we did today. All right, smooth stop, make up for it over here. What you're doing is getting your bike up to a good speed and gliding through. I want the friction zone pulling you through. All right, smooth stop over here. Good, commit, rear brake, rear brake, rear. See, you're gliding, you're gliding. Ripped me off, didn't give me my stop. Good, friction brake, friction brake. Yeah, still too much speed, but at least it was smoother than the other one. All right, smooth stop on this side. Now on that last U-turn, if you started how you finished, beautiful. But I'm watching you struggling. I'd say rear brake. As soon as you hit the rear brake, it wants to turn. So you're good. Good, foot up. Head and eyes, commit. Good, good. Rear brake, rear brake. Good, look at that. Smooth stop, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Oh, I don't give a damn, man. That was beautiful. Beautiful, man. Take a break. All right, guys, we're going to move on to exercise number 7, I think. Because, quite frankly, aside from Lori, I don't think any of them are ready for it, but we'll talk about it. So, the question I asked you when I said, what's your favorite, rights or lefts? Yeah, all of you were answering like I said for that. Because left U-turns, oh my God, it's not even close. It's way better than your right U-turns. Right U-turns, you said, no, I'm not turning this damn bike. He just don't like the way it feels. Oh, he goes, he forgot the head nice. Head nice. And I like to see that because I tell people, this ain't magic. Like, it's not like as soon as you turn your head and your eye, it's going to happen. You still got to turn the bars. Slightly turning, slightly turning. Eric's left turns. Eric is coasting through the turns. Again, that's why they say, why? I don't want that. I want friction brake. And then you, Frank, man, that's it, man. It's there. He don't like the rights. But the left turn, every time he's fighting and I see him fighting it, I say, rear brake. As soon as he taps it, his bars go like this. So if he did that from the start, boom. That's why I said, I want you to kind of get stuff together so you don't have to fix too many things in the middle of the U-turn. Okay? All right. Anybody have any questions about any of that? So my advice is, my right U-turns used to suck. And I actually got to the point where I said, it's always going to suck. I don't give a damn what I do. It's in my head now. So I just have to accept the fact that it's going to suck. And I tried to put a silver lining on it. And I just told myself, I'm never going to be complacent making a right U-turn. I'm always going to be focusing. And then I just changed my handlebars. Oh my God, what a difference that made. And I counterbalance more making right turns than lefts. That alone makes it easier for me. But you guys, if you practice U-turns, if you're going to do 10 of them, do 3 of them to the left and do the 7 to the right, right? Try to, if there's a U-turn to make sure it's a right U-turn. How ambitious he is, I told him, come over here. He said, I'm going to make a U-turn right here, coming right at me. Son of a bitch. But that's confidence. If his confidence is not there, he's never going to think to do that, right? All right, real talk time. The next exercise is exercise number 7, the figure 8. IMO. Who doesn't know what IMO means? You all know what it means? In my opinion, none of you are ready to do a figure 8. None of you. But if you want to do it, that's why I told Mike I delayed it. Do you want me to set it up?
I want to end up on a win. So no.
Okay.
I'd rather do something else that we've already been working on.
Okay.
I'd like to do it, but
No.
if we're not ready for it,
That's my opinion. You want to try it? The reason I'm saying that is this involves this same box, same width, but now you have to make 2 U-turns, different directions. If you can't make a right U-turn, you can't do a figure 8. Do you still want to try it? I'm not trying to talk you out of it. You want to try it? Set it up.
Find out you can do the U-turn if you're trying the figure eight.
Yep. Yep. Because that happens. You don't do the figure eight, but you wind up doing the U-turn because you're not thinking about the U-turn. All right. Now, what's funny about this is, this is not the first time I've had this conversation prior to this exercise. I do the demonstration. Whoever said, yeah, I want to try, they go, nah, I'm good.
That's okay.
Okay. So, exercise number 7. This is the figure 8. Same width, 27 feet. The length wasn't relevant before, now it is. 46 feet is what you have. The key to this is A, wheel placement. So I talked to you guys earlier with those fixed fairings. So even if you don't have a fixed fairing, I want your wheel when you come in, that's the entrance, that's the exit. You're doing 2 figure 8s. I want your wheel here, in the vicinity of here. I don't have any lines here. So you see that cone? I want you before it, here. Then I want you to turn your head, their eyes, handlebars, look in that direction. Look at that sign that says danger, alligators. Go for it, but I want you to make sure you come to the top of this box. Because if you're this far from the top, whatever you give up here, you're going to have to make it up down there. And the reason why I'm asking you to come there is because whatever you give up here, I told you, road glide people, I tell them this here, and they start turning here, because that's when they don't see the cone anymore. So, head and eyes, hold the turn, all the way to the top. Still looking at that sign. When I get to the top, 12 o'clock spot, now I'm going to look over here, and that's where I'm going. Hold this turn. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Don't start coming out. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. I'm going to be standing where I want you to be looking and coming to. Hold it. Transition. When you transition, I want you facing the road, not here. Because if you transition facing this way, this is way tighter, and that's a right turn. You know how you love those, right? So hold it, head and eyes transition. Same thing, hold the turn, go to the top or the bottom, whatever you want to call it. Head and eyes, I'm still looking at that sign. When I get to the top, look at me. Come to me, come to me. Hold it, don't start coming out. Hold it. What does holding turns by you? Space and time, on the money, Eric. Head and eyes transition, then do it again. 2 figure 8s, 2 fat figure 8s. And then that's your exit. And then you get a ka-ching. Aside from him, who's familiar with a ka-ching? None of you. Okay. I don't think you're going to hear it anyway. But but a figure 8, you do this successfully, you hear ka-ching on the video. Right? That's all it is. Okay? Any questions? I'm going to demo it, and then we're going to have another meeting. A hero is nothing but a sandwich. I say that all the time. We're about building confidence out here, not trying to pad egos. We got to crawl before we can walk, whatever else I could think to say. So speed. It's a good speed. Placement, hold the turn, head and eyes, hold it, transition. All the way to the top. Hold it, transition. And then that's the exit. I'll get a ka-ching. Okay, so for the last figure 8, smooth stop, but no power. It wasn't that smooth. The last figure 8, I tightened it up. What did I change?
Your lean angle and all 3 things. Your lean angle, you put more brake on, and you took in your clutch.
I changed 2 things. Lean angle, handlebars. Speed's exactly the same. All right, I don't get, yeah. All right, are we doing this?
Yeah.
Let's do it. No rear brake. I'm in Mike's shot. She said, oh, that's wide. See? Because everything's changed. Clutch, guys! Woo! Good catch, Lori. Oh, I love it. Love it. I thought the bike was going down, but you heard the preload go up, right? And then clutch, because the preload's not picking up a bike, the clutch is. Head nods on me. Hold that turn. Transition. Head nods on me. Ah. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Are they too far? Keep it loaded. Not ready for this one yet, brother.
I know, I can tell.
Front brake, 10 push-ups. I don't know why people think if I'm coming up to have a conversation with them, now they can use the front brake. No, we're not using the front brake. All right, Eric's turn. Head nice, head clutch, transition. Rear brake, that's 10. Yeah, you love those right turns, man. Lori again, no brake. Nice. Woo, you did it again. She said I scraped like it's the first time. That last right turn, Lori lets the bike drop a little bit more than she wants to, but she never puts her foot down, doesn't even budge, she just corrects it. Clutch. Transition. All right, shut it down, brother, shut it down. Okay, good. All right, guys, we're gonna move on to, you know what? You know, I'll talk to them. But I think, yeah, we should be okay. We're gonna move on to exercise number 8, the offset double serpentine, because we got a lot of it. We got a little bit of extra room because of those green cones. All right, let's do it. This is it. Any questions? Exercise number 7. You get an E for effort. But again, I know that from what I saw in the U-turn, waste of time. If you can't go right, that's gonna be a problem. But I commend you for at least trying. And yours wasn't bad at all. You just need to be able to turn those damn bars. Now all of a sudden you can't make a left turn. It's amazing what the mind does. All right, who's unfamiliar with an offset double serpentine? Who's unfamiliar? You, okay, good. 7 gates, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Somebody hit the last damn cone, but that's 7. What we're doing here, now we did a single serpentine, this is an offset double serpentine. I don't think you're ready for this either, right? But it just makes sense because this is exercise number 8. If you struggle with 1, 2, 3, and 4, of course 8's gonna, you know. But if you guys want to do it, we can do it because.
Get it out of the way. I'm gonna let y'all
He's already not talking to me.
I heard he was like, I had it all worked out, man. Well, here's what I'll tell you. The difference with this exercise is you do have a little bit of extra space. That's what the green cones are about. Because what you're supposed to do, when you go through here, the next gate's right there. But we're not going right to that gate. So what you're gonna do is as soon as you get here, as soon as you pass these cones, dip your bike to the right and hold it. Sound familiar? Dip your bike to the right and hold it. Like I asked you to do in exercise number 5. Everything builds on one another. But what people do is when they come in here, I tell them to do that, they go like this. Now they're right back where I don't want them. I don't want you going right for that gate. Because if you go right for that gate and make it through it, you're gonna be past this gate because you don't turn tight enough to make that turn. So essentially we're doing figure 8s again. Meaning dip it, hold it, head and eyes, transition. Now look at all the space I got. Favor the outside cone, hold it. I'm going to that gate. Where am I looking? Nope, I'm looking where I came from. See how I just switched stuff up to you? Because that's where I got to go first. Hold this turn. Hold it. That's right. It's like a figure 8. Hold it. Because I'm making my angles better. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Boom. Favor the outside cone. That's what you're doing all the way down. Here's what I want you guys to do. Instead of coming through here, come past this green cone. Dip it. Same rules. Hold the turn. Hold it. I'm going to be telling you when to transition. Maybe the second time I'll tell you. I'll let you do it the first time. Figure it out. See how you... Hold it. Hold it. I know you're going to think time to turn. No. Hold it. Head and eyes transition. I want you to go around the green cone. I don't care how much space you use. Just don't go past that next gate. Hold this turn. Hold it. Once I get here, I'm going to look where I came from. Hold it. Hold it. See, I'm not past that gate. Hold it. Don't start coming out. It's too early. Hold it. Head and eyes, transition. Go around the green cones. I just want you to do that. You could do that, Eric. That's easier. I'm serious, because now it's wider for you. I'm not giving you a, you know, I just hold the turn, right? So if we're going to work on anything, at least we could work on holding those turns. Head and eyes, and then transition. And when you transition, at no time should your handlebars be straight in this exercise. So if you find yourself going to the next gate and you're going straight, that's telling you you did not hold that turn long enough. Hold it, hold it, hold it. When you transition, head and eyes, just like the single serpentine, throw it into it. Okay? Questions? Demo. As soon as I get past, dip it. Dip it in. Favor the outside cone, head and eyes, hold it. Transition. Transition. Head and eyes. Head and eyes. Transition. Head and eyes. Head and eyes. Oh, what the hell am I doing? Around the green cone, dip it in, hold it, transition. I got a ton of space, hold it, transition. Transition, a ton of space. But I'm working on my head and my eyes. I'm working on my transitions. Money. You got that in the bag, Eric. It's in the bag. Head and eyes, transitions. We good? We good? All right, let's do it. That's right. Favor the outside cone. Lori's always talking to herself. I know. I know. Beautiful, Lori. Good. Hold that turn longer next time. See how you pass that gate? Transition. There we go. Good. Hold the turn, hold the turn, hold the turn. Transition. Go in that gate. You got it. Ah, see, you're going straight. No good. Eric, still not covering the rear brake. Dip it in. Dip it in. Transition. Hold that turn. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Look at that. You can go through there. Good. Hold that turn. Cover the brake. What are you doing? Transition. Keep your foot covering that brake. I don't know why you keep taking it off. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Transition. Dip it in there. Good, good. Hold the turn. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Transition. There we go. Good. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Transition. Get it in there, get it in there. Ah, you had that, Eric. Good job, man. Smooth. See, they following Lori. I don't want you guys going that way. Go around. Transition. Good. Hold that turn. Good. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. Good. Hold that turn. Come on. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. I didn't say transition. Hold this turn. That was a nice one. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. There we go. Good. Come to me. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Transition. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Hold this turn. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Get it in there. Dip it in. Good job, man. Good job. Smooth. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, good. Last time. Dip it in. Beautiful, Lori. Dip it in, hold it, transition. Good, hold it, transition. Turn those bars, come on, hold it, hold it, hold it. We gotta get back on track, transition. All right, we're back on track now. Hold that turn, hold it, hold it, hold it, transition. Watch your speed, watch your speed. Good, hold that turn, come to me. Come on, turn those boards. Transition. All right, we're gonna go through the last one. Hold it, transition. Maybe not. Guys, don't go around this way. Hold that turn. Hold it, transition. Good. Transition. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Nice head and eyes. Come on. Transition. See how you lazily transitioning? Transition. Throw it over, just like the single serpentine. Transition. Turn it. There we go. Much better. Hold it. Transition. Go through there. Get in there. Rear brake. Oh, man, you had that. Stop gliding on the road glide. I know it's a road glide, but I don't want you guys gliding on it. I want the friction zone pulling you through it. Good. Hold that turn. Hold it. Transition. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Hold that turn. Too much speed. Good correction. Transition. Good. Head and eyes. Turn. Good. Hold that turn. Hold it. Transition. Good turn. Hold it. Transition. There we go. Throw it over. There we go. Good. Hold that turn. Hold it. Transition. Good. Head and eyes on me. Hold it. Transition. Go through there. Get it in there. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. All right, guys. Last numbered exercise. They can at least do the first circle. Abominable Snowman. Let's do it. Before I say anything else, kudos. I'm glad he pushed you and made you do that. That was nice. Very nice. First time, a little bit too much speed. Again, if I give people infinite space, they're going to just go fast, right? But when you slow down, and when I saw that you were turning, like your transitions were like this. No. Just like this exercise number 5. Once you were doing that, the fluidity that I've been looking for, boom. Fluidity, that's what we look for. Right? And a few times, you guys clearly could have gone through the gate. And you just were like, Again, that's me being greedy. I got you to do it on that last one. Boom, slow down, rear brake. I'm like, cover the rear brake. Who you think you are, Lori? Get your foot on the brake. Because I need you to be able to make a correction as soon as you need it. That's all, right? All right, anyway, last numbered exercise, guys. This is called the Abominable Snowman. Who's not familiar? You're not. Okay. 4 circles. You only need to be concerned with 1, which I'm in. This is the 27-foot circle. The green cones just separate the circles. 27, 25, 22, 18 at the top. This is where I tell people I just want clean runs. So I don't have to have that debate today. Nobody should be going beyond this 27-foot circle. That being said, you know, you do what you want to do. So we're going to do this twice. The first time we do it, see how my motorcycle is? That's the entrance and the exit. This is where you're coming in. So your first time, it's going to be a left turn since we all love them, right? The key to this is, Lori, what's the key to this?
Placement. Hug 'em.
Yes. Placement, hug 'em, commit. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Placement, meaning the front wheel. Now, of course, this motorcycle, no windshield, nothing. I can clearly see where the front wheel is. I love it. Placement, just in the vicinity here. I just don't want you here. Because whatever you give up here, you're going to have to make it up over there. We're in a circle now. It's tighter than the box. Placement. Hug them. Remember exercise number 5? I told you don't hug my cones? Well, you can hug these cones. It's okay. Placement. Hug them. Hug these 2 cones to the top. Now, commit to your turn. And what are we doing here? Holding the turn. That's all this is. Hold it, hold it, hold it. If you want to do 1 revolution and go right out, perfectly fine. You want to do 2? Perfectly fine. You feeling spunky and you say, hey, I want to go do 25 feet on the side I hate? Just knock yourself out. Not literally, right? My suggestion, 2, even if you want to do it 3 times, the point is to get you to hold the turn because you're not a train on tracks. You're going to have to make some adjustments probably. But if you hug this cone to the top and then commit, if you stay on that same trajectory, in other words, when you get over here, hug these cones and come to the top. If you do that, you can do this for an infinite amount of time. The problem is people start tightening up and then it gets tighter in one spot and they go, just stay wide and you're fine. Okay? Any questions? I'm going to do a demo. A quick demo. I should have did the demo with Lori, Mike, and Larry in here, man. All right. We'll save that for after the session. All right, so I already got the placement. I just got to hug him to the top. And now commit. Watch your speed. Use the rear brake to shave it off. Hold it. Hold it. If I want to keep going, placement, go all the way to the top, commit. Hold the turn. Hold it. Hold it. Placement to the top. To the top. Commit. Sloppy, sloppy. Oh well. That's enough. Questions? Questions? All right, let's do it. 2 revolutions at the top. All right, so Lori's doing this, no brakes. I thought Lori was talking to herself, but I forgot she's mic'd up because Mike is recording her. Beautifully done. All right, close. She's going to go in here. It's probably too, oh, good. Yeah, too much speed. That's beautiful, Lori, beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. Remember, guys, she's doing that brakeless. If she's using the brake, she does that easy. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful. Excellent, Lori. Everybody shakes their head after Lori finishes going. Placement. Hug them to the top. Commit. Good. Head and eyes. Easy with that clutch. Nice. Right back out. Good job, man. Excellent. Placement, placement. Hug them to the top. All the way to the top. All right, commit. Hold the turn. Keep the clutch where it is. Just drag the brake. Good. 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 If you need power, come off the brake a little. That's all. Good job, man. Beautifully done. And by him not messing with the clutch, the bike stopped jumping because it was jumping before that. Just lurching forward and backward. No, because he's popping the clutch. Open, close, open, close. All right, you're a little bit early. Easy. Keep the throttle loaded. Keep it loaded. Lori, you can use the brake at the top 4 revolutions. Oh, stop it. Nobody's buying it anymore. Nobody's buying it.
Everything you said.
I know. Save the drama, Lori. And listen, I know Lori can do this brakeless, but I want you guys to see how good she is. So I want her to use the brake. And if she kept doing it, she would do it without the brake too, because she's done it. Oh, I forgot to fix the cones. Excellent, Lori. And you notice where I'm standing, guys. I'm not worried about her. I know she's not going to hit me. That's where she is now as a motorcycle rider. She's confident in herself, and I'm confident in her. Just beautifully, beautifully done. Outstanding. She actually made the tight turn tighter than it needed to be because one of the cones was out of place. I forgot to fix it from when she hit it in the last time. Good, 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 good. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Good, good, good. Good correction, good correction. Excellent, man, excellent. Placement, placement, placement. Hug them all the way to the top. All the way to the top. All right, commit. Turn those bars, lean it in. Lean it in, lean it in. Yeah, you don't like those right turns. Going this way. Yeah, so you're way too early, way too early. Way too early, that's 10.
I came in the wrong.
I know, I told you. Come back in, come on. U-turn, U-turn. See, this is what we're talking about options. I told him to make a U-turn. He's refusing to make the right so he can go up there and make the left because that's what he's most comfortable with, for now. We're gonna talk about that too. It's interesting because it's so common. Good, placement, placement. Hug him all the way to the top. Keep your speed up, commit, good. Yeah, it's because you're going slow. All right. All right, guys. We're gonna move on to the bonus exercise and see if they wanna do it. Yeah, you know what, yeah. I want them to do it. To lean or not to lean. Let's do it. So, interesting story. Tell them your name, dear.
Natalia.
Natalia is the marketing person here at the dealership. That's Mike. Mike's the GM, right? So Mike is the reason why we're even allowed to use this here.
Thank you, Mike.
So we appreciate it.
Yes.
Natalia does not like to be on camera. So yesterday when I asked her, can we do a video? Exactly. That's what I said. She was like, no, I won't even. So she pretty much told me that I was making her step outside of her comfort zone. So you know what I said to her. Everybody that comes out here, that's what I'm asking them to do. I'm the king of getting people out of their comfort zone, right? She did a fantastic job. If you didn't see the video, check it out, right? Shit, Mike was more stiff than she was, right?
I don't like it either.
But that's what this is all about, guys. Stepping outside of our comfort zone. Right there, I told Eric, I don't know, again, Eric keep having delusions of grandeur. I said, Mike, Eric, you're coming in the wrong way. No, I'm good. So he made that left, but it wasn't enough of a left. So now he's off. So when I said come back around, when he came this way, in my mind, just make a U-turn. a right U-turn. He said, hell no. He came all the way down here and made a left U-turn because that's what he's comfortable doing. And that's fine for now because there's a curb there. And we got to talk about the curb too. That's why when people say cones distract me, my first response is cones are curbs, people, cars. So if these are distracting you, then you shouldn't even be out there riding, right? Don't stare at them. I know they're nice and shiny. I don't know. Anyway, not bad at all. Clean runs, that's what I wanted and that's what I got. Holding those turns, that's it. Beautiful. And when I told you, I'm watching your hand do this and your bike going, you don't like it already. You're not going to like it even more doing that. I said, just keep the clutch open and drag the brake. Boom, smooth, smooth. We don't need to do this, right? We just don't. Lori needs to do it if I tell her no brake, but her movements have to be small. Otherwise, her bike's going to be doing this too. And right now, you guys are not there yet. This is clutch control, throttle control, rear brake control, okay? All right, bonus time. This is going to be good. Who's unfamiliar with this exercise, bonus exercise? You are? You familiar with it? You're not. This is called to lean or not to lean. That's this exercise. 10 feet apart, that's what these cones are. So you're going to have to decide whether you're going to do this straight up or if you're going to try to do it leaning. None of you need to try to do this leaning, right? Try to do it straight up, all right? 7 cones here, but you can only get 6. It's the most you can get. I'm going to be behind you counting the cones. 1 cone. If you hit this cone, 0 cones. I didn't used to have 0 cones because I'm giving you this cone. Just don't hit it. And I've had people come by, but one guy hit it square. That's because he was looking right at it. He went right to it. 1, 2, 3. If I say that's it, shut it down. Okay? Shut it down. Whoever gets the most cones, I'm not counting Lori in this. Whoever gets the most cones out of use 3, you're the winner. You know what you get? Nothing, because this is not a competition. Okay, any questions? I'm going to do it going down straight up, and then I'm going to do it leaning, coming back. But you guys are just going to go straight down and come around. We'll do it again. I usually do a best of 3. We're only going to do it twice. Okay? Unless you guys say, Rob, please, let's do it again. Because God damn it. I got you, Frankie. I got you. Move stop. Wash ends. Stand by for the handheld. So Lori's doing this brakeless authority of Larry. 1 cone. 2 cones. 3 cones. 4 cones, 5 cones, 6 cones. Eric is like, he ain't even sitting on his bike.
Not yet.
All right, come on, Frankie. Clutch, 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 clutch. One cone, 2 cones, 2 cones, 2 cones. Eric still not covering the rear brake. One cone. That's it, that's it. 1 cone. And it's the same thing, it's because he's not turning his handlebars. He's trying to do this barely turning. It's not gonna work like that. Oh, hold up. You going again? Yep. 1 cone, 2 cones, 3 cones, 4 cones, 5 cones. Nice, Lori. 6 cones, baby. Leaning. Of course, she's using the rear brake right there. Go ahead, Frankie. Uh-oh. One cone. One cone. That's it. Shut it down. All right, let's do it. 10 push-ups, front brake. One cone. Two cones. Nice. Two cones. 10 push-ups. One cone. One cone, that's it, one cone. All right, guys, exit interview times. Exit interviews, let's do it. All right, how you feeling?
Better.
You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out here?
1 to 2.
Any change in that number?
Yeah, definitely gonna change it.
2?
I would say 4, maybe 5.
Okay.
I still got a lot of work to do, Robert.
Pleasure meeting you, man.
Pleasure meeting you. Thank you.
All right,
man.
brother.
Excellent.
This guy was too cool for school all day, man. Cool. How you feeling, man?
Good.
You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
Sure do. 2.5.
Any change in that number? Nope.
Nope. I
Pleasure
think I'm
meeting you,
where I am
brother.
for now.
All right, brother. You know what you need to work on now?
Yes.
What?
Everything.
Come on up, Eric. He said everything. Do you remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
I did.
What?
3.
Any change in your number?
I'm gonna say 5 only because it brought me better awareness. of
Okay.
what I need to work on.
Okay.
Yes.
Pleasure meeting you, man.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
All right,
it.
man. Oh, yeah, come on up, man.
Came in late. I didn't give a number at the beginning, but I would have said about a 3 or a 2, and it's about a 1 or half. But it was good.
Well, hold
learning.
up. Here's what we'll do. Since you weren't here in the beginning, what's your name?
Steven,
Where you from, Steve?
Sarasota,
How long you been riding a motorcycle?
30 years.
And what are you riding today?
Pursuit,
What year?
2022,
How long you been practicing slow speed riding in cones?
0.
Okay. And if you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
About a 1, like I said, 1.
Okay.
2 if I was being optimistic. but
Yeah.
I would
Pleasure,
go for
brother.
the
You know what to
thank
work
you.
on, though, right?
I absolutely do.
Okay.
Like you said, everything. And once you see it, you can watch the videos, and it's hard really to see it until you do it.
Exactly.
And now you just got to do it. And
Absolutely.
Do it some more. So,
1. I don't even want you going to 2 until you get 1. 1, 2. I want you to be so good at that. I want you stopping, bing, bing. 2, and then 3. Trust and believe.
Yep.
Because everybody here loves to trust and believe. Not. Right? You get good at those, I guarantee you everything else is going to be easier to learn.
that's the ones I'm doing.
All right,
Thank you,
brother.
sir. Appreciate
Take care of
your
that
time.
knee.
Thank you.
What the square dancing? What the? All right. Yeah, you know what? I forgot. I got to make sure you're in frame. I'll get there. The necks are cut off. Yeah, we're good.
We always make Robert look really short.
Yeah. Oh, no. Stand straight up, man. Oh, shit. Maybe I got to double check. I didn't know you were standing like that. No, we're good. We got plenty.
We're in the shade.
Yeah.
Gotta have to be the boss in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. You guys didn't meet these guys at the beginning. These are your Florida ambassadors, your Beat a Bossy, your motorcycle Florida ambassadors. That's Mike. That's Lori. Mike's been off for the last couple of practice sessions. Space Coast Harley-Davidson, 2 there and 1 here because he's recording for Lori's channel, Fearless Motorcycling with Lori. But the next time I do a practice session, I don't know if you're going to be here tomorrow, but the next time I do a practice session, Mike's got to be in it. It's just that simple. But anyway, Lori, Mike, nice to see you guys again. I appreciate you.
Always a pleasure.
Now, how long have you been riding a motorcycle? This question is definitely for Lori. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
2 years. Today. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
The 13th.
The 13th. 2 years, guys, she's been riding a motorcycle. But listen, if you're not new to the channel, you already know about Lori and Mike. But if you are new, 1,000 miles in a parking lot before she ever went on the road. This is, again, if everybody did that, we wouldn't have the numbers that we have. Now, again, I know that's nobody else is going to do that, right? Nobody else, or not many people, I'll say. But the benefits are just, I mean, you see the benefits, right? But keep in mind, guys, it's not just about coming to my practice sessions. Sebastian, Florida, that's where these guys hold practice sessions 2 times a week, right? 2 times a week. So they're always practicing. And it gets to the point, I say this all the time. When you actually learn how to do this, there are several people that enjoy riding like this more than they enjoy riding on the road. Because the road is fun if you want to go fast and feel the wind in your face, but it's not challenging you like this does, right? And so, and we're all different, blah, blah, blah. People look at Lori and their jaws drop. But you talk to Lori, because she's talked to everybody out here. You talk to Mike. Mike, how long you been riding a motorcycle?
41 years.
And Mike didn't start practicing until Lori decided to start learning, right? And what would you rate yourself 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed without sandbagging?
I was an 8.5 last time.
What do you rate yourself now? Same thing?
8.5.
8.5, okay. How about you, Mike?
Probably 7.5.
7.5, okay.
Mike, what were you when you started?
4.
Yeah, 4. Good question. Somebody was asking where Mike was because, yeah, when Mike first started, again, this happens all the time. Spouses supporting their spouses. So he's out there just to support Lori. And I know he probably thought, I got this, baby, you know. And then when he sees what she's doing, it's like, oh, whoa. So then he started practicing too. And man, commitment. So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Oh,
I
man.
appreciate you too.
Oh, man. Absolutely. I appreciate all your help. All right, guys, listen, that's going to do it for practice session number 127 out here at Wesley Chapel Harley-Davidson. Again, huge shout out to Mike, who's sitting over there, the GM of this dealership, for allowing us to come out here and do this. And we're going to do it again tomorrow, practice session number 128. I want to thank all the preloaders and V.I.Preloaders that came out here today. Of course, again, I want to thank my ambassadors. And I want to thank you guys for watching. If you got this far in the video, if you're not subscribed to this channel, definitely do that, guys. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, share the video. I can guarantee you're going to help somebody out by sharing these videos. I get a lot of people that watch me on Instagram, and that's all they watch. They're getting robbed because what I put on Instagram and TikTok is 0.1% of a full-length video. Okay, guys? All right. As I always say, guys, spend more time being thankful for the things that you have and less time complaining about the things that you don't. Seat time does not equal practice time. And if you have time to ride your motorcycle, you have time to practice on it. It's not my opinion. Until next time.